Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Let's start off with Milton Knowles. Wubba lubba dub dub. Okay. And Yvette, good afternoon to you. Who says good afternoon? Captain Truck and everyone. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Oh, you know, I won't even mention it. I won't even mention it. I'll just send out a link to Yvette. There you go, Yvette. I hope you're doing well. Hopefully you'll get it soon. And yes, I still hope somebody will actually contact me eventually, like they said they would, and help me with this stupid ass stream element spot. Good afternoon, Yvette.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
I don't know where we have people listening right now, but yes, that is true.
How are you?
I'm hurting and I'm tired and I still want to slap a couple people.
Oh dear. Me?
No, dear, not you. No, a couple of people that we both know.
Ah, yes.
Who won't shut up.
I did get your message.
You know, it's one thing in a watch party to talk about the show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I understand that. But to incessantly yammer is another.
I did shift him
Well,
a couple of times.
I finally left and just muted the stream and just watched the show itself.
Yeah, there were 3 great episodes.
Oh, I agree. The episodes were. So. And greetings, Mountains of Elysium.
Hey, mountains.
Can't stay. Have a major project to complete this evening, and talk myself into several other projects. Mountains, stop that.
Oh. Well, thanks for stopping by at least. Don't forget to hit the like, subscribe, etc., peeps.
Oh, yes. Definitely share it out, because YouTube sucks at that. Mm-hmm. Which is one reason why I go ahead and stream Twitch, because at least Twitch actually sends out notifications.
Oh, Captain.
Yes?
I finally tried the coffee bag.
Yes.
20 minutes I left it brewing. That's normally what I do for a tea bag. 20 minutes I left it brewing.
Correct.
It still tastes like gnat's piss. Not impressed.
Understood. Did you try stirring it any?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I had my spoon. I kept thumping it a few times, as I do. It had a number 6 on it for strength as well. So, God knows what 1 or 2 tastes like.
Oh no. Oh Lord, no.
No. But I thought I'd give it a go as I was making a fresh cup. Yeah, no, I won't be buying any. Not like real coffee. I know
No.
it's supposed to be real coffee in the bag, but yeah.
No. I'd still rather have that than the freeze-dried shit.
Well, yeah, I tend to agree, but I do happen to like one they do called Lore, Lor. And it does a pretty strong, well, I use 2 dessert spoons of coffee in it. So, and that's my first cup of coffee in the morning before my coffee pot's brewed. And that suffices. Great. It's really good. It's not bad at all.
So you have Lord of the Rings coffee?
What's that? Dare I ask?
No. LOR, Lord of the Rings.
Oh, yeah, it's just named that. The O's got a dash above it. But it is pretty good instant coffee.
And ours. Come on, give me a break.
Sorry, I don't get the Lord of the Rings quotations because I've not seen the films.
I've only seen one. I just thought I'd use the letters as a.
I get it now. I'll remember it for next time. I'm so useless.
Not at all. Not at all. And good morning, Six.
Hey, Six. Thanks for joining us again. I don't know where today's gone.
Good question.
2 a.m. I got up. I was working, jumped on the stream. That flew by. Then it was breakfast. Then I was fiddling about with other things. And then Mum. And then it was like nearly 11 o'clock. And I thought, oh, I've got to go downstairs. Do all the recycling, move the bins. Oh, dear.
And we have our friend on Twitch joining us again.
Hello.
Good morning. And yes, obviously an Yvette fan.
Very
so
nice
you
of you.
Really love today because you get to see her on the screen. So what's been going on today?
How did yesterday go with the wound doctor?
Oh, Lord. I swear to God, they're idiots.
I think we already know that.
Okay. I went there. I told them that I needed additional tape or drapings on the wound, on the bandage.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't staying on. So what do? They put on a heavier bandage.
Oh, good Lord.
No additional support. Fortunately, I had one sheet, which I was able to split in half to support the sides. Because at that point, it was just the sides that were coming up. Then this morning, or should I say last night, the top started coming off, and I couldn't get it to stay on, so I just went in and I got some good old-fashioned sellotape.
Yep.
Wide roll. And taped the damn thing over.
Oh, Lordy.
These people are fucking idiots. I why are we paying these people? obscene amounts of money who are honestly dumber than shit. Oh.
Why would a heavier one help when it's vertical on you?
Yeah.
Gravity, I mean, this is just me logically thinking, something heavier is not going to stay up longer because you've got gravity interfering with it.
Yeah. But of course, we're gonna make sure we lay you back this time so you're flat. Yeah, because my gut is usually in that position. Sure, why not? Because that makes sense.
I don't know.
I'm sorry. No.
No.
Good God, they may know what they're doing, but for fuck's sake, use your brains for once. It's like, okay, they're trained at something, but they don't know how to do anything else except that thing. Anyhow.
I'm sorry, Captain, that you have to deal with this.
JP's gets his from the wound site is in the abdomen. And I will say that the wound is slowly decreasing in size now that I'm actually getting care. And they're using a special patch on it to help encourage healing. And no, Yvette is not a doctor, but yes, she's smart enough to be one.
I do have a doctorate. I do have a doctorate, but I'm a professor, but not of medicine.
Well, that's why I was trying to be distinct. You are not a doctor
of medicine. No, yes. Definitely not. Even though I'm your CMA.
You hold a doctorate, but not of medicine, yes.
Yeah.
Well, you're smarter than these idiots, so yeah, I'd rather have you as a CMO.
Oh, Dee Dee's here. Hi, Dee Dee.
And good morning, JP.
I can see the chat. Hey,
I know.
JPs. And RJ, hello.
Oh, let me be polite, because obviously the people on Twitch can't see the chat. There, the chat can't see. This is why I like StreamYard, because I can see both.
Yeah, it combines them, doesn't it?
Oh, and Poe.
Hey, Poe.
If I hadn't been highlighting, I would have missed that. Let's see here now. Hey, internet connection is back. Cool.
Oh, did you lose it, JPs? Obviously.
Well, he's lost it years ago. I'm sorry.
Oh, we lost it during the SG1 stream. Oh, no.
All right. Yeah, I need to get some. That requires actually going to the store, and yeah, I don't like doing that. I'll have to call the pharmacy. They'll deliver. Thank God. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see here. Okay. Okay, went at your doc. Professor, that's great. Hope you're a naughty professor. And good morning, Carlo. Hope
hey,
everything is well as can be. And it is as well as can be. Yes. Not here for long. I'm sorry to hear that, Carlo.
He has to go to bed.
Yes.
Oh, 6, you work in healthcare. Excellent.
Yes. See, they actually used a special, heavier bandage for me. This was a doctor who recommended this.
Mm.
Okay. I thought, oh, well, it's a heavier bandage because I asked for heavier tape, wrap, whatever. Because the stuff that was being used is like, millimeters thin and almost like, what do you call that? Cling wrap.
Yeah.
Except with a sticky side to it. Really? So then I'm now using that stuff because it's absolutely superior to nothing. Yeah. Yeah. Love how some medical people are just not okay.
Carlos said something interesting underneath that one.
Heavier bandages usually have more aggressive adhesive. Yeah, except where the wound is at. Let me put it this way. They had me in a position where my stomach was flat. They put the adhesive on. They put the bandage on. They tried to get the adhesive to stick. Okay. I'm a fat man. My stomach is not fucking flat. So of course, as soon as I get up, it starts to come off. Why? I mean, I understand. I may not know everything. I'm not a medical professional. For God's sake. Why am I smarter than these people in these matters? I mean, it's just fucking common sense. If a heavier bandage or if a lighter weight bandage needs support, then a heavier weight bandage is going to need at least that much support, not less. So, whatever. I'll call them today. I'm only bitching about it now, so I don't actually call them bitching about it.
Yeah, get it all out. Get it all out.
That way I can be polite and, proper and not, piss off the doctor's office. Hey. Let's see here now. JP says, Captain Trek, I completely understand where you're coming from. Gotten wounds dressed previously, go and get up and completely falls off. Yeah, because they are not using fucking common sense. I mean, that's like some of these people who will design a roller coaster, build it, and then, oops, there's an accident. Well, just because it's theoretically possible and because you can design it into a computer does not mean it's going to work in real life.
Indeed.
So, yeah, well, like I said, I'm going to call them later.
Good.
And I'd prefer not to call them while pissed because, yeah.
Yeah. So, Carlo mentioned it's a somber day here today. He's quite right, it is.
What's going on?
Well, we had a freak thunderstorm last night, and I mean a freak one. It was literally lasted 10 minutes. Great big load of lightning hitting the ground and thunder.
Yeah.
And just up from us, a little boy, 9 years old, was playing on the football pitch with his friends. I think it was a training ground. He got hit by lightning and died. So very sad day.
Man.
You know, and it was such a localized storm. Yeah, and it was literally came and went in minutes, absolute minutes. So yeah, very sad. I presume that's what he's talking about anyway. But yeah, it wasn't too far from here. We got a football ground, not the end of the main road. I don't know if it was there, but it's got to be near us because it was such a localized storm. Yeah, so my thoughts go out to the family. I'm sure they're not watching, but my thoughts go out to them anyway. It's devastating. Yeah. Carlo, if it wasn't that, what else is this on the day? I'm presuming you're talking about that. Oh, thanks, Carlo. Yeah, he is talking about that.
Oh, good.
That's nice. That's nice.
That I would, yeah, good. I support that.
Definitely. Mother Nature.
Well, it's too bad it's, you know, how do I say this?
Oh, it was Common Road, yeah. Yes. That was the one I was imagining,
Too bad
Carlo.
it's a kid, not some criminal or something.
Yeah. You know, it just never works out like that, does it? And
no.
It's always innocents
How about this?
that seem to suffer.
Maybe put up. I know that's the new exercise area for the criminals there. Just put up some extra lightning rods and such. You know, try to draw the lightning there. You know.
Well, we could put them all on top of the Blackpool Tower. Yes, it does, Carlo. It does really make you realise how precious life is.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, we could put them all on top of the Blackpool Tower. The criminals, you know, the really bad of the bad. The tower gets hit by every storm that rolls in because it's got a lightning conductor on top. So if we get them to hang on to it. Tower's one of the tallest things in is the tallest thing in Blackpool. Oh, no, not even the big one's as tall as that. Yeah, the tower's definitely the tallest thing in Blackpool.
And yes, Carlo, live by Jim's rule. Remember, live life as if awesome and incredible is a downgrade. Yes.
Hey, Yitza.
And good morning, Yitza, or good afternoon, Yitza. I didn't say all criminals.
Possibly.
All criminals, just
the bad ones.
The ones who are committing murder and bad stuff that are, yeah.
Words we're not allowed to use on YouTube.
Yes.
Philistines.
And do bad things to children.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, Carlo, if they'll change the lights on the tower. They generally do things like that, don't they?
Did you? Oh yes, yeah, yes. That was my first edited video. To be quite honest, and trust me, getting things timed the way I wanted was hard enough. And then I had to reposition everything just right. It took me 2 days to do this. First of all, I had to make everything. And yes, I cheated. I had some help of a website doing all the words, but I still had to do the words, write them out, figure out blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, I had assistants doing it, but still.
One down, many to go.
And because, okay, okay, I did make another edited video, but it wasn't like that one where I had to try to time things out. Because when I've recorded messages, I just do it live. I record it and it's done. I don't edit it. It is what it is. Just like the shows. However, that one needed to be special. And yeah, trust me, that was not the first version of it. You saw version 5. So, yeah, or 6. I'm trying to remember.
Good morning, Arabic.
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm just about ready to say, good morning, Arabic Saunders. I don't know if oh dear Lord, this is not Monday.
No. It's Wednesday. Wow. JP's.
Hello.
Now you'll see why I said that. Hello, JPs. How are you?
Okay.
And hello, Yitza.
How's your holiday going, darling?
I don't know. I'm sleeping most of it away.
Why not? If that's what you want to do with your holiday.
You need sleep.
Yeah.
Not really. There's so much I could be doing, but
Could.
I sleep.
Your body needs to sleep, obviously.
So that was, yes, a really good video. There's only one thing I wanted to bring up to you.
Yes.
Did you happen to notice the date on the gravestone?
What about it?
It said 2011.
Okay. Yeah, that one I just used from an image that Paul had created. I guess she input the date incorrectly.
Okay.
I don't know how to correct it, so
Then it is what it is.
it is what it is.
Yeah.
It is.
I just didn't know if you noticed it at all or what.
I just grabbed the image because Paul had sent it to me before on Facebook, and I just slapped it in there.
Okay.
And trust me, I had to. I initially had that image toward the beginning of the video as well, and then I thought, wait a minute, no, this thing needs to be at the end. along with the image of that Yitsa drew of him throwing the rules out.
Yeah.
So yes, I had to readjust everything, blah 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 blah, frame by frame. Yeah.
Hello, Jim Edwards. Good morning.
And I wondered if anyone would catch the spot quote because it was reworded intentionally. That way nobody could say, "Hey, you stole a quote." I reworked it.
Please say bless you to your gorgeous wife.
Yes.
Yvette said, bless you. So Captain Truck. That's her routine every morning.
Okay, would you rather us say curse her or what?
No, that's her routine. She sneezes.
Do you know, I actually do have sneezing fits in the morning when I wake up as well. Oh, bless her.
She's not done yet.
No. JP, go snogger for me.
What?
Did you say
So
snog?
I heard snog.
I heard
Go
snog.
snog her. Go snog my supernatural friend.
Snog.
Snog. Come on, you know what snog means, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, that means the same thing as shag, doesn't it?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No.
it does over here.
No.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, God, we found another word. Okay, snog here means a good passionate smooch. Good snogging. My
Okay.
God, I had no idea that meant something different here.
Oh, it
Damn it.
means something totally different here.
Yeah,
I've used that word. Oh, well, I've got to write that one down. Don't use the word snog. Don't use the word Greg. Don't use the word. You know, my list is getting longer and longer here, people.
yeah.
I don't care if you use a fag. I mean, you smoke a fucking fag. Big deal.
I know, but I do try not to say it. This coffee's shit. This coffee is shit. Yes, bum bag colour. Smooch. You know what smooch means? No, I had no idea.
Smooch is kiss.
Yeah, snogging behind the bike sheds. It's in records, Carlo.
I'm sorry. Here, snogging behind the bike sheds would be fucking behind the sheds. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, not here. Not here. Not here. It does. Go for a quick snog. Go for a quick kiss. I can't believe we found it. Well, can't believe we found another word. Oh. Next time I set foot in America, they're going to arrest me.
Oh, Lordy.
I'll give you something to scream about.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Lord.
So I'm going to refrain from using that. So, JP's, go kiss your wife for me.
No, it means you have to get up.
Fine. After all that.
We don't want him to go snog his wife because that would take even longer.
It wouldn't here.
What?
Is she already on the chair?
Yeah.
Hey, Bill.
And good morning, Jedi Bill. What's going on?
What? Told you.
I know it's still early there.
Mm. I don't know if it's good I can see the chat or not, you know, Captain.
It's a good thing. Why not?
Usually, you only show me the things I need to see.
Yeah.
Webby. Let's see now. Of course, you're wanting to take your time. And yes, Carlo
Shouldn't
was
miss much
correct.
though.
I can imagine what I've missed when Kronos has been on. But I do get them DM to me as well, so have no fear. He keeps me up to date with all his disgusting thoughts. Only to try and freak me out, which it doesn't.
Well, yeah. And yes, I know it's like, yeah. 4:30, 4:38 there. Yeah. That's what happens when you're in a screwed up state where you don't observe daylight savings time.
6:38 here. But then again, me and Captain are in the same time zone, I think.
Yes. And so, yeah.
And it's 12:38 here. Half my day has disappeared already.
Right now, Captain, you're lucky. I don't have a car that's really good because reliable.
No.
That's the word.
No.
Because I would be coming down to that area to visit a bunch of YouTubers and probably visit you as well.
I would absolutely love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of YouTubers in like Wichita and stuff like that in Kansas that I watch. Cletus? No, he's not there. He's in Florida.
Kansas. I don't know many people over in Kansas. Which is funny because I don't run across any.
Well, these guys do all car repair shows.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ah. Gosh, I can hear so much better on the PC. But I'm not coming down every day.
That and I wouldn't be able to get past the border because borders are still closed.
See, that's what I was going to say. How would you get here? Because, yeah.
I imagined him having a secret tunnel and crawling through it.
Well, the entire border's not controlled, so.
Yeah.
There are back roads that cross the border.
I'm sure.
Oh, and yes, you get to hear an unusually exciting morning. I'm definitely not one for advocating child abuse, but dear God, again.
Captain Trek, you've got to get your hands on a super soaker, fill it with pee, and then when they start yelling, just fire at them.
Yeah, but who's going to have to clean up the mess?
Yeah, I was going to point out that'll be messy. Just use poison.
That'll be messier.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
Yes, I know poison must be some kind of magic formula over there in England. You know, obviously not actual poison. Because obviously things over there are a little backwards. We know the people in the UK.
Yeah, we still use leeches. Yeah.
Hey. Good for you, Jedi Bill. Good luck on that.
Oh, let's see here now.
Oh, please. Yeah.
Got to get a real job, so I'll be streaming less. I have to do random live streams depending on the work schedule. Well, that would be good. Hopefully, you're able to find something that works for you, and then maybe you can tell us about it as well.
I like Carlos. I'm not a fan of Stanley Park. That's where that squirrel bit my finger off. No, I'm just going to hire a plane, Carlo. You're welcome to join me. Pedal boat? No.
And good morning, T.D. Myers. What's going on?
Oh, damn it.
Squirrel!
Oh, yeah. Trust me, I'd rather have a squirrel here right now. Go ahead, Yvette.
I was going to say, and JP's wife will understand this, my favourite actor, as we all know, is Jensen Ackles, who has done the voice for Batman in the latest cartoon. I haven't seen it. They've done. But his nickname on the show... Oh, fuck. His nickname on the show is Squirrel. And JP, your wife will know that. Because it's Moose and Squirrel, Sam and Dean.
And just for Yvette.
Yes,
Grover.
thank you.
Hey, that's Grover.
It's just nasty. Just nasty.
Here? Or...
I'm sorry, Yvette.
I thought you were better than that, Captain. I thought you weren't like the others.
Sorry to disappoint.
Just bit me.
Oh, yes. Yitza, you need to do an avatar for Yvette.
Oh, no. He's always busy. No. No.
With
That's
her
right.
holding a puppet.
No. Definitely not. Yitza, don't you dare.
Or better yet,
Stop it.
marionette strings
No.
on her.
No. Absolutely not. Yitza's far too busy to be worried about things like that.
But if you paid him, he'd do it.
Bushy beard? Oh, what, the squirrels? Didn't get a chance. I was too busy slapping it against the tree to get it off. If that's what you meant.
Oh, yes. Rogan Airlines gets you to your final destination faster than most. Oh, for the love of God.
I don't know about, Bird's airline.
And speaking of which...
Oh, God.
Oh, my God, look how Ozzy O'Brien.
Hi, look at this nice fancy avatar I got today.
That's brilliant.
This nice chap, Yitza Lemons. He makes these avatars. He made one for me. I'm very
That's
happy.
really good. That's fantastic, Yitza.
It's got the koala, and there's a dingo in the back. You can't see it, but it's there. and there's a shrimp on the Barbie, and steak too. Yeah,
And a
I got the
crocodile
croc
around your neck.
teeth. Yeah, I got croc. I got a croc, crikey, little mum tattoo on my. That's from my mum on my shoulder, and this fancy Aussie hat. And yeah, it's good stuff.
Well, you
Brilliant.
sleep well, Carlo.
Take
Thank you for
care.
stopping by.
All
And
right,
yes,
good night, Car.
as always, praise the soup. Enjoy a good brew. And as always, hail on Kuroga.
Hail, Karoga. Oi.
Look at that goddamn marsupial.
That's really good, that.
Oi, the bigger version I will show off, or Bird or Prey 5 will show off on Bed Life, next Bed Life. It's a lot of details. Very cool.
I bet that marsupial's tasty on the Barbie.
Boy, all animals are tasty on the Barbie.
It's
How about
got a
all?
soul.
Boy, well, I have to go because it's busy time here. The dingoes need to be fed, and the koalas need their nose polished, and the crocs need their water changed. So I'll be back a little later, maybe. Kapla or Aussie will pray out.
Why was Ozzy O'Prey sounding like Irish O'Prey near the end?
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. And yes, Jensen's new bushy beard. Yes, I have seen it. Yeah. Not my favourite look for him, but he's still Jensen Ackles.
For cartoon?
Yeah, he's being the voice of Batman.
I wonder if Virgo Prey 5 is going to be joining us. God damn it, right as I say it.
Hello, world. It's Turtle Prey 5. Kapla.
Kapla.
My computer. I'm getting myself some smokes. It's a Pepsi.
Good morning, Bud.
We know you're going to leave the computer, JP. You do it every day. You're just not usually on the panel when you do.
So I actually slept to a record 7:30 a.m. today.
Wow.
Oh, that's great.
Technically 7:29, but close enough. I was up late last night in Zeej's stream. We were watched all 3 Porky's movies, which I'd never seen any of.
Did you enjoy them?
Yeah, they weren't bad. I mean, I for 30-year-old, 40-year-old movies, they weren't terrible.
I haven't seen them in years, but one of my favourites, I don't know if it's the second or third one, where she fills her boob with fake puke.
I think it's the third. No, it's the second. It's the second one. Third. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. I mean, the Michael Hunt thing still stands up today. I've been known to do that.
I didn't know if that's where it originated or what.
Don't know, but it was the first time I ever heard it.
Okay, I'm back.
Cool. And yes, that's awesome to hear, Jedi Bill. You were able to get some computer components with the funds you raised. Hopefully, that will actually help when you're able to live stream.
Oh, that's fantastic, Bill.
I'd like to know how you got your hands on a video card.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is that What they're doing with video cards now is insanely stupid. Whatever. It's like, just make them.
Kind of hard to when there's no available chips out there.
That's what I'm saying. Make the fucking chips.
Mm.
They don't have the manufacturing capacity to do so.
Yeah, they don't have the manufacturing capacity to do so because they're stupid and keep everything fucking locked down. Yeah. Open the fuck up and
I
start
don't
making
think
the
it has
goddamn
to do with
chips.
the lockdown.
There's nothing to do with the lockdown.
I
What
mean,
the fuck are they doing? If they're not making chips, what the fuck are they doing?
they're making them as fast as they can make them.
It's the supply or the demand the world calls for is outweighing how much they can supply right now.
What the
'Cause
problem is
everything-
because everybody wants them for cryptocurrency mining.
Besides
Then
that,
outlaw it.
everything needs chips now. Your coffee
Then
maker,
outlaw it.
your
Fuck
TV, your
cryptocurrency.
freezer.
It's valid garbage anyhow.
You can't just outlaw an entire sector of society. One,
They're
it might
trying to
not be
now.
legal. Well, I'm saying it might not even be legal for the U.S. to outlaw it. But even if the U.S. did, that would only bolster the rest of the world. China, Russia, they don't want to outlaw it. They're kings of it. And it's an international market. It's not just domestic. We're buying everything internationally. All these parts, they're not coming from the United States. So we could have a
And there's only two companies that make chips: Intel and TSMC.
Okay. Then, if anything else, they should probably have the government back the company who actually can supply more. And yes, I am for outlawing it because the currency is utterly worthless. I don't care what it's supposed to be worth.
I mean, if you
Where
have
can you
a few
actually cash it
Bitcoin
in? Where can
and
you
markets all
actually-
over, you can trade it at Coinbase.com. I've got some crypto
Bitwallet.
there. I can
Bitwallet
take
I
the money
use.
out whenever I want.
I'll be back in a minute. The copy's gone through me.
Ah, yes.
It's basically like a stock certificate. They go, well, where can you cash it in? Well, your brokerage house, they cash it for you.
The problem
Don't get me wrong, Captain. I'm not a fan of crypto, but it's just not something you can put an end to overnight.
The problem I have with cryptocurrency is where you get into high crime and they start using it as their currency.
It's not controlled.
Exactly. It's not controlled. And quite honestly, it can be worth something one day and nothing the next.
Yeah.
You could, but the reason that there's no control is one of the reasons people like it, especially people outside the United States. Because not everybody trusts the United States.
I don't trust the United States.
Exactly. Certainly these days, the less trust you have in the United States federal government, the more cryptocurrency looks popular. Because it's something they can't control, they can't track. And now I agree. If it was my call, I would say I would outlaw it. But if just the United States outlawed it, that wouldn't stop it. So it would only put us at a disadvantage if we couldn't get our hands on it. So unless you can get the entire, United Nations to agree on outlawing cryptocurrency, there's no way to stop it.
So real
Sorry.
people who legitimately need cards can't get their hands on them because idiots who want to do crypto mining
Well,
are
idiots who are
taking them all.
making billions of dollars, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but they're buying every fucking card they can and keeping cards from the people who need them. So yeah,
Well, I mean,
idiots.
who's to say that you need it more than they need it?
Because I actually want to use it for a computer purpose, such as, playing
Well,
a
it's
fucking
because somebody
game.
wants to play Call of Duty Warzone, they need it more than some guy who wants to mine coin and make money for his family, right?
Okay, they
Or
want to
more
mine
likely his
pretend
business.
money. They want to mine pretend money, which
Pretend money,
could
but
at
it's real
any
value.
time, have zero value.
All the more reason to mine it quickly while it has value now. That's what I'm saying. It's a complicated issue. The true answer would be, why aren't we investing in more factories to build more chips? Now,
There
somebody should
are
have seen this
there are
coming. They're already doing that.
they've got 2 to 3 factories that are being built, but they won't come online for the next 2 years. It's just something that you can't drop a factory overnight. This is
No, I understand that, but I mean, maybe the pandemic slowed down the building or something, but
Yeah, these
this is
factories were
something that
started
should have been
3 years ago. They started building
okay.
them.
This is something, they should have seen coming.
Holy Christ, cat!
What?
What?
Oh, she bit me, and like a giant blood blister on my arm, my hand, and it's like gushing blood.
What the fuck? Doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, she's a little devil. Kick her in the
I
ass.
thought you meant your wife had bit you then.
I thought so too. Okay, it's limit says, unlike the pretend money in my bank account that is controlled by the banks and can go out of business in an instant. Not true. Banks are regulated.
Well, on the United States, we have FDIC insurance to a certain amount, but that's only because the government is basically propping them up and making us feel better, saying, "Oh, the government will give us money if the bank goes under." Other countries, I don't know if they have FDIC.
Yeah, well,
or
yeah, we have
equivalent.
them here. When the Bank of Scotland went tits up, the government stepped in. So,
Yeah, it's here in Canada as well. The
I've
bank
improved my coffee.
But again,
You
in the
had real
United States, it's only to a certain amount.
Correct.
I think it was up to $250,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So if
Last
you have
I
over
checked.
$250,000,
Right. Well,
get your
for
money
me
out.
and you,
Out of
that's
that
not
bank.
bad.
Right.
But if you had $500 million in the bank, that's not.
That would be bad. Yeah, you're right.
That's why you diversify and open multiple accounts in multiple banks and split your money
Definitely.
up.
Yeah, but still, we 500 accounts with $1 million each. The paperwork alone to do all that, it's going to cost you. You have to hire somebody just to. And I know at $500 million, you already have people, but you got to hire people just to manage it.
Or if you've got that much money, you open your own goddamn bank.
That's the last thing I'd do if I had that money.
I'd go buy an island in the freaking Caribbean.
Yitza said the people in Iceland lost money when their banks went out.
Yeah, not all banks are covered, I don't think.
No.
Oh, that's better.
Make my own government. Own my own island. Get Bird of Prey to come down there and we'll change it to the island of Kuroga. I'll be the dictator and he can be the king emperor.
Not good enough. I am all things.
No, you're wrong. If it's my island, I own it. I allow you to be there.
It. My first as God Emperor is nationalizing the island. It's now my island.
So, I'll just call the pirates in to get rid of me.
Do you guys hear outside the U.S.? Well, Captain Track, I don't even know if you hear. There's been a tiger on the loose in Houston for almost a week, and they can't find it. Like a full-grown tiger.
Does Mike Tyson live in Houston?
No. They arrested the guy who had the tiger, but the tiger got away.
So it's semi-domesticated tiger.
So wait, is this tiger was this in suburbs or the main city of Houston?
It's I guess the suburbs of Houston, but it's technically the city of Houston. It's not downtown.
Much small children.
It's not office buildings. They're houses and backyards and whatnot.
Tigers
but
like
they're
to
close
swim.
together. Tigers like to swim, so they're probably
in a pool
hiding
somewhere.
out in a pool.
Bears like swimming pools too.
They do.
Well, I don't think there's any bears that far south.
Same with mooses.
Certainly no mooses. Meese.
Meese?
Is it meese?
Meese.
No,
Well, if geese is the plural of goose, then meese has to be the plural of moose.
No.
Meese is the plural of mouse.
It is in Kuroga.
Kuroga's ass backwards.
Yes.
So then you want it to be gooses instead of geese?
Hell yeah, that sounds better.
Pick one.
Goosey sounds good. I like gooses. I have no problem with it changing.
I'm not going to say anything.
Oh, God, am I saying something else? Is that another word I shouldn't say?
You like gooses. Oh, yeah.
That's where people come up and pinch your bum. Yes.
Never heard of that.
Neither have I.
Where's Mama Prey?
She's around.
Ask her what a goose is.
Mama Pray. They're asking if you know what a goose is, not the bird. Well, the
Goose
term
somebody.
goose. If you goose somebody, do you know what that is? Apparently, some people do, some people don't.
Just hearing birds say it makes me laugh.
Apparently, yes, she knows what goosing is.
What? What did she say?
She didn't say anything.
What did she do when you asked?
Just shook her head, probably.
Goosed me.
and what did she? Where did she goose you?
She touched me on the butt.
Well, that's two new things I've learned today.
Choking on his throat.
I'd never heard the term.
No, I haven't.
No, you guys
Neither
need to
have
get
I.
out
Glad
there.
I'm not the only one.
Mama prays that she hasn't heard it in years.
In years. Well, okay. It must be a very old
Probably
term then.
many, many years.
Oh,
I will ask my mother when I see her if she's heard the term.
my dad used to do
Maybe
that
you
to my
should-
mom
you
growing up.
should- Yeah.
God, I put my foot in it twice today.
Cool.
Keep going. We can make it 3 for 3.
No. Stop it.
Jim Edwards, who sounds like he might be from Houston, says, "Let me fill you in. Everything we know about the tiger seen roaming a West Houston neighborhood, nothing. Now you're up to speed." I saw some pictures, so they know there's a tiger, but that's about it. Unless somebody has taken the tiger in, my guess is somebody just kidnapped the tiger or whatever,
And they're probably
and
like,
already has
put
it
a-
in their like illegal backyard zoo because
Put a
Houston
saddle
has
on
no
it.
property restrictions. You can do whatever you want. No zoning restrictions. So
they put a saddle on it, charging kids $5 a tiger ride.
New York State had to pass a law that it's illegal to take a selfie with a tiger because so many people were trying to take selfies in front of tigers a few years back. So I wouldn't be surprised if this guy's going like selfie, take your selfie with a tiger for $5 or something.
Until it bites someone's head off.
Now there are people that's stupid. Yep. Milton.
Yeah, no.
They want to be the next Tiger King and
No, he
waiting for
doesn't.
Netflix to give them money.
Okay, let me see here now. And please, I'm going to ask my mods. Another message like that pops up. Delete it.
Just delete him.
That's inappropriate.
Yeah, it is a bit.
I didn't see anything. Which can you put in the private chat? What?
Let's see here. I will put it in private chat, even though you should be able to see it in the comments, but I'll put it in private. JP's beat me to it.
Really, I read that. I didn't really see the problem. But okay, no, it's your call.
By recommending doing, no. A rare animal, you don't kill. No. Now, if you find one that's dead, fine. I don't care. But most tigers are still on the endangered species list.
They are.
I trust them more than most humans.
Recommending killing an endangered animal is illegal.
Yes, it is.
And good morning, LDG.
Good morning, honey.
Oh, message.
Oh, he's apologising. Bless him. Hello? Question mark?
Thank you. Yes, we hear you or see you, Pickles. You're there.
No, we don't. No,
This isn't.
You're here? You should know, darling.
you're nowhere.
We don't know
Where?
where you are, but your YouTube account is signed in here.
Did you say you're here?
You sure he's not on? I think
No,
he's
he's not on the sofa.
on the roof of the IHOP.
The roof of the IHOP, I want you to know, was my answer. I was in the audience, and they gave us 3 choices, and roof of the IHOP was the one I chose. Like, you know what? I could
I
believe
chose
it.
it too.
I would believe it for him too. For just something about it, I would believe.
And there's a way you can get up on the roof. Most
Yeah, of
buildings
course.
like that have a ladder on the outside.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
You can
Yeah,
certainly get
can
on
I
that.
ask, what's the IHOP?
International House of Pancake. It's a
Oh, right.
restaurant chain. And LDG says, "Are we talking about goosing tigers?"
Okay, you know what that means, LDG goosing? Because I did not know goosing meant goosing. I do now know what goosing means, but I didn't 10 minutes ago.
No, she didn't.
Milton, those aren't referred to as tigers; they're referred to as cougars.
See, yes, I understand. It was for entertainment purposes. However, YouTube, in their infinite overlord capacity, cannot read into what is being said and only reads what is actually said. And therefore, I don't want my channel struck for endorsing illegal activity. Sorry.
Well, you guys have learned something different to me. It means if you use the word snog here, you're not going to get a full Monty. You'll get a kiss if you're in the UK.
I'd be disappointed at that point.
Yeah, but that's what it means here. And goosing I've never heard of.
I just
I'm
love
going to
this.
start using that term now just to freak everyone out.
Well, she said goose me, and it's just. LDG, you're going to have to find where she said that and clip it. Because.
I just said I like the word gooses instead of geese. And
not even she can object to that because she wants to start using that term. So, yeah.
yeah, for different reasons now, though. I just thought it was great to call them gooses instead of geese. I was agreeing with Bert. That's the last time I'm doing that.
Also, goose has another meaning too.
Well, that's all face. It was probably the last time you were doing that anyway.
True. Oh, well, yeah, that's true. Probably should have ignored LDG, but, you know.
You definitely never want to pull a goose and eject from your F-14 Tomcat and hit the canopy and die.
Oh. Yeah, that's true.
I'm confused.
He's talking about Top Gun.
Top Gun reference.
Oh, goose. Right.
Come on.
Yes, I know. I know who it is in Top Gun. Relax. I didn't hear the first bit, obviously. Duck, goose? What the hell does that mean?
It's a game you play when you're a kid.
Never heard of Duck, Duck, Goose?
No.
You sit in a circle, you run around that circle, one person runs around the circle, hitting everybody's head, going duck, 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 duck. And then if you say goose and you touch the person, that person has to get up, chase you around the circle a bunch of times, and then when they touch you, I can't remember the rest.
Okay.
There's a
You go around the circle once. If you can sit down before the person touches you, they're it.
The person, if they,
Yeah, whatever. Okay.
yeah, and the next person.
It's like musical chairs, but no damn chairs or
Right.
music.
Correct. Correct.
But what's that got to do with pinching bums?
I don't know. That's something old people
Nothing.
do.
Okay.
It could be any animal. Goose just happens to be. And good morning, Darius.
Morning, Darius.
We call that. I have no idea how to say it.
I can pronounce it for you.
Lord.
We call that Zagendoiklegen. Put down the handkerchief. Wait, you didn't say handkerchief, did it?
Yes.
It said
Yes.
handkerchief.
Handkerchief. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kapla, Darius.
Everybody run around and touch each other. Nice one.
I'm trying to think of a comparison game in the UK, and apart from musical chairs, running around touching each other.
Let's tag.
No, not even that. I'm trying to think of something a bit more. We played Kiss Chase at school.
No, that's herpes.
No.
That's sexual assault now.
Yeah, you're right, Bird. Absolutely correct. Yeah, it wouldn't be allowed today. Damn good fun, though.
Lagen was spot on. You added a few syllables. What is Zakdok? Zakdok Lagen. I don't know what language I'm speaking, but I'm speaking it.
Farfignugan. There we go.
Yeah, he's in Belgium. Yeah, I'm
Right,
correcting myself.
which really doesn't help.
What,
So
I
is
know
that
he
French?
speaks
Is it,
Dutch.
it's certainly not French. Is it German?
He speaks
No.
Dutch. He does speak
It's
Dutch.
Dutch,
I know that.
correct.
Dutch is a language?
Yeah. Yeah, Dutch.
Go to Google Translate.
Oh, is that like where Sabot came from? Or is that the Netherlands? That's the same country.
Netherlands is Dutch, yeah.
Yeah. I am just a Dutch man wearing my Sabot. Throw it into the machinery and sabotage.
Don't forget to stick your finger in the dike.
Oh, God, that's another one.
We do call them that here, but they kind of lost favour and they're now just called mini dams.
So you don't call them dikes anymore.
There are certain places that still use the word, but mini dams are more.
Never heard the term mini dam used in the U.S.
Well, yeah, because you haven't got any mini dams in the US.
Yeah, they're still called dikes here.
Flemish is to Dutch what Americans is to English.
Mm.
So same.
So the Flemish perfected the Dutch language. I see.
Flemish still sounds like something caught in your throat.
I know.
Mm.
Every morning I wake up with Flemish.
Yeah.
Exactly. You wake up Flemish. Yeah.
Oh, it's Flemish. So
Oh,
yesterday I was doing my open lines plus Warzone stream, and a funny thing happened. No one came on open lines.
No one.
Nobody came up. Now, I didn't realize until after I'd ended that Doomcock happened to be streaming with
Oh.
2,800 something people. A rare Tuesday afternoon stream, daytime stream for Doomcock, because he was streaming with Viva Fry and some other guy who are lawyers, YouTube lawyers.
well, I was
Um,
sleeping, so sorry I didn't show
They
up.
were talking about, pop culture stuff and whatnot. And, I tried to tune in there afterwards, but then Deej went live with Porky, so I just went over to that. But yeah, I was a little concerned at first. I was like, uh-oh. But no, when I saw I was up against Doomcock, I wasn't so upset. But I mean, we had like 20 people. It wasn't that there weren't people there, just no one wanted to come up.
And I remembered why I only saw Porky's once or twice. Because it was bad.
Yeah, but it's not. I mean, I think it's worth the one watch, especially today. You can comment off of it and what culture was like at the time.
No, like I would have thought watching all the police academies would have been funnier.
Oh, I tell you, Police Academy, the original stands up. I watched it
Oh,
like
yeah.
last year with Sisso Prey,
Yeah.
and I am going to put it on unless somebody else shows it first. Cinema Saturday at
The
some
very
point.
first one is
Yeah,
hilarious.
the first one.
Yeah. It went downhill from there.
They do stand. The first one completely stands up, even today,
Oh,
in
yeah.
my opinion. I thought it was going to be a train wreck. I was thinking, well, oh my God, are we really going to watch this? It's going to be horrible. But no, I was shocked.
Yeah, growing up, I used to watch those like religiously. The police
Oh
academy
yeah, I
movies.
loved them all as a kid.
That and Beverly Hills Cop 1, 2, and 3.
Beverly Hills Cop, I'd imagine, probably stands up. Oh, I remember Troop Beverly Hills with Goldie Hawn as a Girl Scouts. The Beverly Hills Girl Scouts troop.
Never heard of it.
Oh, it's
No,
a
I can't say I've
comedy.
seen it.
They're Beverly Hills Girl Scouts don't get the respect because they're all preppy rich girls, but they fight their way up and earn the respect of the real Girl Scouts, which I guess is kind of the opposite of a hero's journey. But
Yeah, they'll want to see a bunch of rich kids.
yeah, they made it work. Adventures in Babysitting, another old movie that totally works today.
That was a good movie.
Seen that maybe once or twice. Wasn't my thing. Used to love Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Then I tried to watch it a year or two back, and I'm like, I like this shit.
Oh yeah, I From First View, I think I just saw it so much it got boring. But I'd still say it was a good movie. I just not one I'm interested in watching anymore. It used to be on TV so much.
Yeah.
It just played out.
The only thing I liked about that movie was the car scene when he was trying to run the odometer back.
Apply Geek Hero Bubba says
Hello.
I'm watching on work computer. I can't stay logged in, but wanted to say hi and let you all know I was watching. I am watching.
He's watching.
We're being watched.
But who watches the Watchers?
The watchy watchers.
Oh no, then there's the council that watches the Watchers. Huh?
Mm.
But nobody watches the council.
Sure. There's an alien out there keeping a spy on everyone.
To this day, I've never seen another house, and I've been to many houses, including of rich people,
Right.
with a garage overhanging a cliff, like in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, with a glass wall.
Los Angeles.
Yeah, you mean not Chicago, where the movie was supposedly based out of? Because
No. The only place I could think of that would have a house with a garage like that is Los Angeles.
I'm sure it's probably only the one house that has that garage, if they still even have it. Could have burned up in a fire. But I mean, the entire movie, for a person, a kid as smart as Ferris Bueller, who knew so much about the world, the entire movie premise is based on the fact that he thinks you can make a odometer in reverse go backwards. A car in reverse is odometer go backwards.
The only way to really do it is take the odometer out and run a drill in it.
In those days, you could mess with
Yeah.
the odometer.
Oh, you can still
Yeah.
do it now.
Yeah, but it's digital now. It's saved in different spaces. You got to hack it.
There's no hack. You just JTAG it. Little flash unit that you hook up to your computer's parallel port, if you still have a parallel port, and blammo, you can make it whatever you want it.
I've heard that it's in an encrypted space these days. That if you do it just that way, that they can tell right away it's been messed with. But I don't know.
Trust me, a true hacker configure their way around anything.
I'm sure a true hacker can. I'm just saying that I thought that there was more to do than just
Right.
overwrite it.
No, you like if you get one from the wrecking yard and you want to transfer the mileage from your old one, all you have to do is bring it to an authorized dealer, and they'll do it.
Yes, and good morning, Geek Hero Bubba. I'm glad you're listening. I hope work is going well today.
Well, Captain, I'm going to go make lunch.
Any idea what you're making today?
Food.
I don't know.
Sandwiches.
Yeah, probably a sandwich bed of some sort with something stuffed in it.
Goose.
I'm going to ask my mother as soon as I get off here if she knows what that means.
Oh, by the way, did you buy the
Ah,
cheese.
I went to. In fact, I doubled round the supermarket looking for it. Wasn't in the international aisle where I'd seen it the last time. And then I went to the American aisle and it wasn't there. So the third stop was the cheese aisle, which I wasn't expecting it to be there, and it wasn't.
Well,
And
thank
then I
God.
stopped someone and asked, and they said, oh, they've had to reorder. So I presume there's an American living here
Yeah.
that's bought it. So I did have a look on Amazon, and they've got them on Amazon. But I'm presuming £14 is a lot of money for a can of spray cheese.
Yes.
That's why I took those pictures yesterday in the interim. I meant to say yesterday.
I'm sorry.
my
Anything
memory.
above $3 to $5 is that's highway robbery.
Yeah. But they said they're getting some more in. So as soon as they get them in, I will grab one.
And then you'll get
I was disappointed.
I want to watch you eat it.
Marvelous.
I want to watch you eat it. In fact, you will wish that you were eating one of those disgusting foods.
There's not a lot freaks me out eating wise.
You're talking about the spray cheese, right?
Correct.
Yes, JP.
I want to see her eat it straight from the can.
Oh dear.
The way it's meant to be eaten.
No.
How
no.
else would you eat it?
Eaten on a cracker.
No, it's
A
not.
cracker.
A cracker.
Heathens eat it on a cracker.
I'm not a fan of crackers. I'd rather eat the cardboard they come in.
Well, you can have it on a fucking scone. It doesn't matter.
Don't put cheese on scones. Don't be disgusting.
You eat it just like whipped cream from a can.
Right. Okay, now I know what you're talking about because, yes.
You put
Okay,
it on
so-
your finger,
Yeah,
and then you lick it.
Yeah.
You want me to spray it in my mouth from the can?
Yep.
Right. Well, when they get them in, I will buy one. Anyway, I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm losing my voice. Wow, everyone's cheering. Woo! Captain,
Take
thank
care,
you for having
Yvette.
me. Have a great day, Bird. JP's.
And
You
Darius did ask a question before you go.
Mm,
Can you get American dressing in the American aisle?
I haven't looked for that.
Hell is American dressing.
I have no idea.
No idea.
Not a clue.
We'll discuss that tomorrow, I guess.
Okie dokie. All right. Well, everyone take care. Much love in the chat. I'm sure I'll be listening in. And I will see you all soon. Bye.
But
Well, since there's Russian dressing, French dressing, Thousand Island, I guess American dressing would be honey mustard.
American dressing would be Thousand Island.
Korean dressing would be
You
honey
guys
mustard
put that shit
with
on
extra honey and extra mustard.
Uh-huh. I figured that, well, I don't want to know what Kurdistani dressing is.
Excellent.
Oh, he's saying it's what they call ranch in Europe.
Oh, ranch, okay.
Ranch is good shit.
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't call that American dressing, but okay.
But someone over here complains it tastes like glue.
You say glue or
Yes.
glue?
Glue.
To be honest, I'm not really a fan of ranch. In fact, yeah, it would not be one of my top pick on salad dressings.
I like ranch on my salad, my pizza, my mashed potatoes. What else?
Oh, ranch is wonderful. It's a very versatile dressing.
Chicken
You can use
wings.
You know, oh yeah,
I don't know.
many uses.
Take it 20 out. Do whatever you
Also, Italian salad dressing that goes good on salad, and mashed potatoes, and um, other things, I'm sure. No, it's mainly mayonnaise and some spices, Joseph.
Sorry, I'm back out of the sanity now, or out of the insanity, I should say. I did get some more coffee at least. And Darius says, Bone says, good morning, and he's on his way to work. Have a good day at work, Bone. Thank you for stopping by. Please like and share this out if you can.
And Darius, they don't just put that shit on everything. Also, Frank's Red Hot sauce goes on everything.
And yes, definitely, as Darius says, have a good morning and have a good day. Well, Bird obviously puts honey on everything.
Well, honey mustard is good.
Honey mustard, yes.
It's good on chicken,
Put
ham.
it on bread. I don't care. I'll put it on everything.
Normal mustard's good.
Mozzarella stick.
Well, do you put it on your scrambled eggs?
No, that's the one thing I will not put it on.
Salsa.
Only ketchup.
No.
Ooh, ooh.
Salsa.
No.
Yes.
But salsa is much better, yes.
I have become more high class in my tastes, and anything I used to put ketchup on, salsa goes on in its place now.
JP's and high class, two things I'd never thought I'd say together. But yes, I agree. And somebody's backstage. I'll get a moment and find out who. All right. Good morning and be geek.
Oh, good morning. How are you guys doing today? Oh, and just for Bird,
Kapla.
little product placement here for you.
Little Ractigino this morning.
Yeah. I got this one. My wife's got the Admiral Oliver Franklin Doom one. So, representing here. Sorry,
Thank
Cap.
you.
You're sorry, Cap, but yours was used yesterday. So it's in the washing machine.
I wonder if it survives in the washing machine. The dishwasher is probably a better place. Put it.
I was thinking it, but I was going to be nice.
Oh man, my brain is not fully here this morning. I do not know why. I am like extremely tired. I've been working really hard the last 2 days on things. Oh my God, yesterday was a fucking nightmare. I was supposed to do a stream at 10:30, and it's like right at 10:25, my wife comes back from the DMV and realizes she didn't take anything that had, her address on it. So I was like, okay, give me 10 minutes. And then I start doing some stuff, and I was like, shit. I'm like, oh God. I'm like, this is going to take longer than I thought. Cancel the fucking thing. I was like, okay, I'm going to postpone it a little bit later. Get my wife what she needs. She gets back up to DMV. She has to fucking call me. I have to go all the way to the DMV, sign an affidavit because the fucking bank statements we gave, well, we did give two. One of them had the address just slightly wrong. Instead of county road, it had country road. and they were like, "Oh, we can't accept this." I'm like, the fucking U.S. Post Office could tell this was a goddamn typo. And then I heard some lady on the side over there, one of the other ladies. Yes, if you just bring in, if you have two statements from the same company on different months, you can bring that in. You can bring two of those in. I literally said as loud as I could. I said, "Well, that would have been fucking nice to know a few hours ago." I was not in a good mood with the DMV. I do go, yes, this is who I am. Yes, this is my wife. Yes, she lives with me. We can't find you in the system under your previous two names. Did you check her freaking maiden name, the one on the damn birth certificate? Oh, yeah, we should do. I wanted to literally just punch that fucking plexiglass in front of me. It was just one bullshit thing after another.
No, I would have actually said, "Hey, can you stand up so I can reach you over the plexiglass and punch him?" That would have been much easier.
Oh,
more,
there's, I guess,
more satisfying.
I guess Madam Geek heard me. She's in the chat now. No, it was just, I have not experienced the DMV that screwed up in forever. And I'm literally just like the inside of my mouth. I'm surprised my tongue isn't in 3 different pieces for how much I was just trying to keep my mouth shut. This is me we're talking about, so that's not an easy task. But yeah, I agree with you, Ken. I'd be like, I should have, can you stand up just so I can throat punch you? I don't want to go through the plexiglass. Oh, the worst part too, the part that was really pissing me off was as she's going through, she goes, she did like 4 different sighs while we were sitting there. And every time I'm hearing it, I'm like, I so just want to smack the hell out of you right now, lady. Your customer service skills are garbage.
Well, see, that's a case where you should have started sighing. Really? I could do that too.
Yeah. But we'd been there long enough, and I knew I didn't need to start anything. So I'm like, just keep your mouth shut. And I'm just like in the back of my head, keep your mouth shut. Just shut up, Jess.
Okay, so and yes. Yes, I did what she says.
Don't see why you guys have so many problems with the DMV.
Calm down. Calm down, NB Geek. Oh, well. Yeah. Yes, I did.
Yeah, she got all her stuff finally taken care of, and then I just said the hell with it. Actually, I got a different lady, and I had the stuff, so I ended up getting my trailer registered, and thankfully that only took me 10 minutes. I'm glad I went ahead and did it then because I'm not in the mood today. So I'm going to have some father-son time this weekend. My wife and daughter are going to our oldest one's house for her baby shower. So I'm waiting for the honey-do list to drop.
And I'm sorry, I forget. How far along is she now?
She is officially 9 months now.
Wow.
She is due right around June 4th time frame. Although it could be a little later. My wife said they think she wasn't as far along initially, so it might be closer to like, say, the 7th or something.
That would be in her 10th month.
If I understand it correctly, that is normally the case. It's not actually exactly 9 months. I mean, that's what she put on her Facebook. She said officially 9 months.
It varies. some go about 2 weeks over. It depends on a lot of things, but I know several women who deliver right at the actual 9-month mark by at least days, if not exact. So, and let's see here now. Darius says, yes, I hear Michigan is lucky that way. Waiting for honey. Oh, yeah, yep.
Well, I know one of them is going to be starting Friday when the riding lawnmower finally gets here from Lowe's. The good news is, as my son was like, "How long do you think it's going to take us?" I said, "Well, Lowe's will drop it off, so they'll probably drop it off at the dead end of the freaking day." Said I'm like, "Yeah, we'll be there between 9 and 4." Yeah, watch it before.
Yep.
But since we got sunlight up until around 9 o'clock, I'll still be able to get a lot done.
Okay, I'm gonna take off. I got shit to do today. I've actually got to call my doctor. So
Yeah, I'm gonna have to call mine in a little bit, but right now the doctor's office isn't open, so no point.
Holy shit! I really thought that was my cat for a second. My daughter sent me a picture of a horse and a cat together. I swear to God, the cat is a dead ringer for our cat Mocha.
Ah.
See you guys later.
Oh,
See you later,
take care.
GPs. And anyone who's welcome to come up here. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Let's see here. Check something real quick. Because I had something marked check later. I still have to remember what time it starts. Ugh. Okay. It's funny when I have to remember the name. It's oh, okay, that now I remember. Why can't I remember Culture Casino? Probably because everybody calls him Cuddles half the time. Okay.
Well, half the time I think people really think Pickles is LDG's actual name.
Well, that's true. Now that could be blamed entirely on me.
Nah, the rest of us pick. Nah, you just were the first one. It happened to others too, I'm sure.
Well, Andy Tricker started doing it after I did, and then there were others. But yes, I have the distinction of being the first to have done it, and I'm sure he wants to smack me some days for it.
That's okay.
All right, and Yvette says to report, Mum remembers the term goosing. And what did she say it was exactly? And did she?
I thought it was another way of saying somebody's messing with you.
Did she goose you? Is my question, Yvette. Well, basically, goosing is pinching somebody on the bum.
Oh. My grandma's favorite term, and it's a term that I still use, is I use the term dupa a lot. That was always one of my grandma's favorite terms, and it just kind of stuck with everyone. So I found a superhero show on Netflix called Jupiter's Legacy, and it caught my attention because I do remember it's based on a Mark Millar comic book. So I caught a little bit of the first episode yesterday. I don't remember how much of it is I'd have to reread the comic. It doesn't seem like it's following the comic completely.
I seriously doubt they're going to follow the comic anywhere close.
Nah, I don't. They probably won't. Like I said, I don't remember. I haven't read the comic in so damn long. I'd have to. I have to completely relook at it. I only read Volume 1. I never got a chance to get a hold of Volume 2. So I don't know how the comic ended.
And yes, Jesterson has it correct. You can tell your mom it is to pinch on the bum. Not just slap, it's pinch. Oh, yes, the topics we end up talking about on these streams. Terms that change based on region is one of the highlights of our topics. We just need to find more things to talk about.
Everybody's going nuts with gas like they did with toilet paper last year.
Oh, yeah. And, Bird, are you going to be putting out new merch with your new avatar?
You know, I hadn't thought about it. The Aussie O'Prey one.
Actually, I was thinking your Bird of Prey one, but yeah.
No, I
Aussie.
can't do General Chang. That's
No.
too
I'm
close.
talking the one that is Yitza created, not General Chang.
The General Chang inspired Jitsa one.
Yeah.
No, I can't do that. That wouldn't. That would be
possible.
That would be.
So what is
that? Would be a no. That would be copyright infringement.
So how bad are the gas prices over there in New York right now?
Wouldn't know. Haven't been to a gas station.
Well, that is true.
Yeah, just hop in your Jeep there, Bert, and go to the gas station.
Honestly, we don't have a car anymore.
I know.
And since we don't leave the house, I'm really not sure what the gas prices are up to.
I didn't know you guys got rid of the car.
Well, Mama Frey hasn't left the house without, me in a long time.
Last time she left without you was when she went to the hospital.
Well, yeah, but before that, the only time she had left the house was to go get the car inspected at the mechanic shop a few blocks away. That was when Camille used to come by. So, yeah. Honestly, I have no idea what gas prices are here.
So is the vehicle, maybe I see just Ciso Perez?
Ciso Perez got a white Subaru now. So when you do see a vehicle in the driveway, that's Ciso Perez. We had a black Avalanche, Chevy Avalanche for a long, long time. But we got rid of it, I don't know, 6 months ago, a year ago.
I gotcha. I thought it was funny. It's like somebody's like, well, if you had high-speed rail built, you wouldn't have this problem. I said, where the fuck are you going to build high-speed rail out in the middle of where I live? I literally, I was like, look, I could take a look. You're talking about hundreds of miles of farmland owned by people who are producing your food. Where are you going to put the fucking rail?
And then where are you going to plant the food?
Exactly.
like, first of all, these rail things aren't exactly just the rail itself. You got to have room all around it
Think
for
about what
accidents and repairs, and yeah, you got to have a wide path on either side. So no.
now. Let's say, God forbid, you have an accident. You've now just contaminated somebody's farmland in
Yep.
some way, shape, or form because you're going through their farmland. Accident happens, even if it's just a car going bad. It's probably going to go through their crop, which
Yep.
means it's going to destroy cropland, which means you're going to have an investigation, people out there trying to clean this shit up, fucking with that guy's lifestyle.
I have a hard time believing you can get organic certified with a train running past, diesel engine running by.
Yeah.
Well, not only that, think about this. Let's think about what also goes on the train. Think coal, think gas, think of all those other things. I mean, that's going to not exactly make people feel comfortable being like, there's all these trains with all this different stuff going across my farmland. I don't know what's inside of there.
Nuclear waste.
Exactly.
Possibly.
Well, it is shipped by train, so yeah. Although shipping at high rail, I think that high speed rail, no, thank you. Stick to low speeds.
Well, not only that, we're as society mostly set up on we like our vehicles. Most of us like our vehicles. And when you really think about it, most people are going to get around America one of two main ways. They're going to go either vehicle, being drive or possibly bus, or they fly.
Mm-hmm. It would be different if we had centralized hubs where it would go from one city to another, where everyone was in the hub, which we don't want. Then we could go high speed between hub to hub. But no, people don't want that.
Not generally in America. Now, I think that when it comes to your subways, your elevated trains, and things like that in those major cities, like say where Bird lives, okay, I get why they would have it there. It's a heavily metropolitan area. People build up on each other. There's limited space on the island areas too. That's why they build up, not out. And yeah, you can't have everyone with a car in those areas. So yes, I understand I shouldn't say public, the government transportation in areas like that is more convenient. But it does not necessarily work in the rural areas of the rest of America. In a high dense metropolitan area, sure. But otherwise,
yeah, it doesn't work the rest of the country. You're right. Well, and considering how Bert loves subways, he wants
I don't
to.
know. I actually don't know that story. I don't know about
Oh,
Bird.
he wants to fill them with concrete.
Oh,
If I run for mayor of New York, my platform is going to be we fill in the subways with concrete and cement so they can never be used again.
why not just
And
dirt?
anybody who doesn't come, dirt can be removed. Dirt can be too easily removed.
Good point. Why don't you like subways?
They're disgusting. Disease vectors, rats.
I don't think I've ever been on a subway before, subway train. I've been on elevated trains, yes, but I don't think I've ever been in a subway. And from what I've seen on movies, though, I don't ever want to.
Say you don't want to.
I'll be right back. I'm going to go put coffee in my Kapla Bird of Prey 5 mug, which you can find at birdopraise.com and find many other merchandise. You can also find many Captain Trek products on Captain Trek's merch store.
If you can find it anymore, because I need to redo it.
At least I still have the coffee mug.
So yes, you need the Osteopray limited edition Osteopray mug.
Oh, it's the best coffee cup in Australia.
I would have a 90-day window. Anyone can order it for 90 days, and then you can take it off the site. And then, of course, around Christmas time, you can jack up the price and have it again.
Oh, it's limited edition Aussie O'Prey coffee mug.
Ooh, I like that. That sounds good.
So all you have to do is upload it, and you can be taken care of.
I saw one picture on Facebook or somewhere on Twitter where somebody was like, they had trash bags full of gas. And I'm just like, I'm going to call a little bullshit on being able to fill it up that way.
Joseph, I do like that idea.
Oh, I like that. Yes. That is cool. You put on their Aussie edition. See who gets the joke.
The Aussie Cup have the image printed upside down. Yeah, you're right.
When you pour coffee in it, it goes in the opposite direction. Oh, I need to check Discord. I had a reply from somebody the other day I hadn't heard from in forever. See how Jeff's doing. Ooh. We have a 404 area. We have a 404 code. What does 404 mean? Nobody fucking knows.
And then, of course, the Stitch Cafe says, that would fuck with people. That's right. Exactly what we want to do. Fuck with their minds.
You know, we got to keep our minds stimulated because Hollywood sure as hell ain't helping us out with good entertainment.
Yeah, so I thought it was mine. So, and then I looked at the front. Oh, that's not my name.
I wish during the Grammys a little while, or whatever it was a little while back, freaking they listened to Ricky Gervais. So, what's been going on Twitter? How many people you pissed off today?
Oh, today, I don't know. This weekend, 5. I was quite pleased by it.
What was the topic?
Oh, they were discussing some of Generation 3 Trek, saying how wonderful it was, blah, 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 how it's good to have real Trek, whatever. You don't know what the fuck real Trek is, you idiots.
Real Trek? Last real Trek I saw was in 2005. Let me know if new comes around. Yeah, let me know if there's some new Trek eventually. I mean, I'd love to see some nice quality Star Trek, but it's been since 2005. wish I could remember the name of the person who recommended that movie, Harbinger Down. So, Cap, Bird, you guys like the movie Alien? You guys like the movie The Thing, right? The John Carpenter one, with the practical effects and everything.
Never seen the thing.
Okay. Well, I was talking about The Thing with someone and talking about the remake, the 2011 prequel one, and how I said the biggest problem with the movie was it's too bright. The CGI is terrible. The monster is not sky. The atmosphere just was totally out of it. And I ended up finding out that the company who did the monster effects for that movie actually had done a history of practical effects. They had actually done practical effects for many movies. And what had happened was the studio just wiped out all their practical effects and CGI'd over them. And this was apparently pissing this. No, I shit. Let me find this. I tell you what. Let me find the link for this Harbinger Down. I'll let you go. We'll pull up the story here. I normally don't use Wikipedia as a source for anything, but just to make this quick. Yeah, here. Shoot this over to you so you can read it while I'm looking at it too. Now let me put that in, or do I need to go to the private mode? Yeah, I'll put it in the private chat.
Or you could share it.
Oh, yeah, that I can too. All right, let me all right, there we go. Here's screen. 50 million things up. All right, yeah. So this is the background on when they were talking about this movie Harbinger Down. So this company is, this company's hired. I have no idea how to say that. Hemlug, whatever. They said they were created to do practical effects for the 2011 prequel. However, the film was released. The majority of ADI's effects were replaced by CGI. Decision was upsetting for the crew, as this was not the first film of theirs that they had their work replaced. I mean, if you're going to spend all that time doing practical, but that would be like, to me, taking somebody who did, a stop motion animation, practical effects, because we all know what the hell it takes to do that. And then just saying, oh, that was nice. Thanks for your 30, 40 hours of that, but we're just going to do CGI it. I'd be pissed. So they were like, after the thing was released, fan inquiries about the effects, Gills and Tom, they apparently uploaded some behind the scenes shit that showed the original practical effects. And they were doing this with other movies that they had done. They had some raw footage. Apparently, they also did the I Am Legend. Instead,
Really?
they had something about, let's see. It says, well, the thing, let's see. We looked at it and said, there are still people who like what we do because we have been getting beaten up a bit over the last 5-6 years in feature films. So we decided to put up a couple other videos. Our Green Goblin test makeup for the first Spider-Man film. And that video got an even bigger fan response than The Thing did. So we thought maybe people would be interested in our work from Ridley Scott's I Am Legend. And there was another big outpour. Why didn't they use the makeup like that instead of the digital effects? Which actually I kind of want to go back and see what they came up with.
And yes, so he did say he hates using Wikipedia, but it is the first easiest thing to find.
Yes,
they do provide the source material links, in the lower down. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I hate using Wikipedia as a source unless I can back it up. So yeah, this was interesting. They started a Kickstarter campaign to make Harbinger down. They got good backing for it. The basic premise of the movie is, think of it as a love letter, kind of a love theme to both The Thing and Alien. I thought the practical effects were very good. The story is nothing. The story is nothing out of the ordinary. It's, you know, they're on a ship, so it's an enclosed environment. There's a fucking monster running around the ship. The characters were really good. I mean, I thought the acting and the characters, the storyline was pretty decent. Like I said, it was nothing super, super great, but it was a very, as far as storyline, but practical effects and things of that nature, it was quite enjoyable. I really liked it. I thought it was a good movie. And if you have Amazon Prime, that's where it is. I mean, you can find it on Amazon Prime for free. Yeah.
And
it has,
Good Morning Crimson Mist.
It has Lance Hendrickson in it, which is one of my favorite character actors. I always look at him as being one of those underrated gems of Hollywood. So yeah, it was interesting when I found out the story behind this company and everything. So, I mean, wouldn't that? I mean, I don't know, Cap. What do you think? I understand the need to use practical effects and CGI when needed, but just to completely, for lack of a better term, just completely whitewash some of their work after all that effort, I would lose my shit.
I think that's, yeah. For example, I like practical effects. There are some effects that are either impossible to do or are too dangerous to do. Therefore, CGI would be the better option. For those, I say, go for it. Do the CGI on what
I think
has
I
to
would
be
go
done.
for that.
You know, you're not actually going to put somebody in a burning suit. That's too dangerous. So have them in a green suit and have them on quote fire through CGI.
You know, they have put people in burning suits before.
I know. Again, not safe. That's why I say I'm all for it for the CGI for that type of thing where it's actually dangerous. It's not safe. Let's hear somebody's backstage. Okay, we have another NB Geek. Let's see who that is. Oh, it is? Okay.
Internet blip. Had to drop out and come back in.
Okay, so I kicked that.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was at
Sorry,
the
having two NB Geeks on the panel, that's a scary thing.
No, I'm bad enough as one person, okay? We don't need another one of me. Unless we can find my good twin. That would be interesting.
Oh, that would be.
So I love I do enjoy a lot of practical effects too, especially when if you can use them, I say go for it more often than maybe CGI. Replacing Jabba the Hutt was a mistake. I get why they put Jabba the Hutt in there, but I agree, even with it updated, it's still kind of hard to watch. It's like, why didn't you just get I don't know. I mean, they could have put a miniature together, a miniature model of Jabba the Hutt, and probably have made that work better and just blown it up.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? You think they could have worked out? That would have worked better, in my opinion. Maybe a miniature Jabba the Hutt. I mean, you didn't have to build a whole big one.
Well, at that point, they had no idea what Jabba was going to be. He was going to be this big
Wookiee-like.
Yeah.
Actually, if you look in Marvel Comics, there is a comic where there was, and it was created after Empire Strikes Back came out, mentioning Jabba the Hutt, and it's or Jabba the Hutt's mentioned somewhere in the comic, and they bring in this Jabba the Hutt, 1T, H-U-T.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, this was not Jabba the Hutt at all. This is not the real one, so it was kind of funny when you look at that, and it's like, oh yeah, whoopsie. But it was still funny. It's still funny. No, I am not a Tribble.
Let's
I'm
see here.
not near as cute as a Tribble. Damn it.
Can be geek as a Tribble. That would be evil.
Actually, I was looking at.
Let's see here. That says, don't worry, another CGI adjustment will be available by Christmas. Yeah, why not?
See, that was one of the things I remember when I was reading the, or just use this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take that option. I don't hate the scene. Don't get me wrong. I just, if I could redo it, I'd say maybe a little more, do like a miniature practical effect, if possible. But yeah, I mean, practical effects generally, especially back in the 80s. Remember all our fun action movies? I mean, think of all the practical effects, all that shit was. I think that maybe that's why sometimes we love our practical effects so much. It's because a lot of it was, the action was more interesting because it was practical effects. Nowadays, it's like, okay, fine, you did a big major fucking explosion. Whoop-de-doo. We saw it when it was actually a real fire.
Well, like when they did the crawl for the original Star Wars, that was not an easy thing to do. They didn't have the computers that they do now, where it was a crane over these words. It's like this was not an easy shot to get right. So unlike today, where they could just do it, boom, there wasn't that effect.
Well,
It had to be done practically.
Well, I think that one of the things, Cap, too, is think about this. I mean, it's so easy for us now. We can go anywhere we want. And, well, for example, look at your opening. You custom create your own little CGI stuff. It's very easy for us to make our own trailers and things like that. And, you can do your own crawl. Yeah, for us, that's easy. But we got to, we're the type of people who still honor the past because we are the type of people who were like, how the fuck did they do that? We dive into, it's like,
oh, yeah. I mean, it was like,
yeah.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. You go ahead.
I mean, we're talking 40 years ago. 40 years ago. Well, 43 now. But they made the original crawl for Star Wars. That was huge. So yes, things have changed since then. They can do it digitally now, and now it's easy to do. They can do whatever the hell they want. But back then, no. And I think it's important to remember that there are other ways to do things other than CGI. And it actually can look better. Let's see here now.
Sorry, I had a mute. Family was asking about something.
Wasn't that one of the reasons George sold Star Wars to stop him from fixing it forever? Probably. That was one of his. Well, those were one of his sins. Yeah, he did quote unquote fix things too often, but he should have stuck to making movies, not fixing them all the time. Let's see, Crimson Mist, the 2000 movie Moon with Sam Rockwell. Used miniatures as special effects. I like that. Let's see here, Geek Hero Bubba, who's supposed to be working now. Yet Michael Bay uses real fire and explosives, and people complain as well.
I think that now on that, I think that what most people bitched about in the Michael Bay movies is too many humans when it's supposed to be about Transformers.
Right.
I'm just saying. It's like I was talking about why I thought Godzilla and Kong worked so well is because there was, they had actually from the previous movie, they'd listened to the complaint. We need, it's like people aren't going to, they don't really give a shit about the BC plot of the humans. They want to watch a bunch of fucking monsters beat the shit out of each other. Oh, yes. Yes. Geek Hero Bubba, yes. Last Starfighter. That was now think about this. Tron and Last Starfighter were the pioneers of the CGI era back then. They were trying something different.
Okay, he got off work. That's good.
I love UHF have the first movie with fully computer generated scene.
I think that was Tron.
With that music video. No, UHF.
Oh, UHF.
I mean, it clearly wasn't animated. It wasn't supposed to be a real world, but the Beverly Hillbillies Dream or whatever he had music video. I thought that was the first fully computer generated scene in a movie. I'd heard that somewhere along the line.
Oh, the Weird Al Yankovic and UHF?
Yeah.
Today, we're teaching poodles how to fly.
Oh, yeah. The movie was hilarious. But the Beverly Hillbillies music video scene in particular was all like 3D computer animation for what they could do at the time.
I've never actually seen the movie. I only ever saw the trailer.
Oh, my God. You have to watch the movie. We already did it on Cinema Saturday. It's a great movie. It still holds up today.
What movie?
UHF.
Weird Al Yankovic and UHF.
Okay.
It's oh God, when did that come out? Late 90s?
No, 80s. Sure.
That was the 80s, yeah. One of the things I generally loved about did you guys know that Tron was snubbed by the Oscars because they said CGI was not a real special effect? I'm serious.
1989 UHF.
Star Trek II Genesis animation is first CGI. If I'm not mistaken, Star Trek First Contact, if I'm not mistaken, was the first time they used a fully CGI'd ship for the Starship Enterprise. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was the first time they said that in First Contact. It's the first time they fully used the CGI. They didn't use a model, which I think was a mistake.
All right. Bert, I have to step away for a moment, please.
Okay. Let's check the sum of all human knowledge and Captain Track's favorite source of Wikipedia to see if I was right about anything I said in UHF. This film is dedicated to Sylvia, who died shortly after principal filming. Yeah, that's sad. Originally released as Orion by Orion Pictures. Blah blah, low budget TV station. Stanley Spadowski's Clubhouse. Blah blah blah. Yes, ultra high frequency.
Ultra high frequency.
Ultra high frequency.
UHF is ultra high frequency.
Yes.
It's mainly used it's mainly used for line of sight. At least it was when I was in the military. UHF was used mainly as a line of sight.
Mixed critical reviews.
There's a fucking surprise.
Became a cult film on home video and cable TV. Shout Factory released a special 25th anniversary edition on November 11, 2014. Production, locations, casting, Reset Legacy. The UHF has since become a cult classic. Movie was released on VHS in Europe, US, Canada, blah, blah, blah. Out of print. Prices skyrocketed. $50 to $100. Released on DVD in 2002. No, I guess nothing is in here about that Beverly Hills being anything special.
What's that Bumblebee previous?
Oh, wow. You're really hard to hear, Milton.
I heard something about Bumblebee.
Yeah. Is that better?
Sounds better.
Yeah, sometimes I just have to mute it and unmute it. My phone picks up that's going to be really bad tonight.
And good morning, Geek Hero Bubba. What's going on?
Good morning.
Yeah, I was thinking, though, it'd be great to see Michael Bay and George Lucas do a movie together, so it'd make $1 billion and everybody would bitch about it anyway.
I love it. That actually would be funny as hell.
And you know what happened? And all the same people that went and plugged their money into it would be the ones griping about it constantly.
Well, let's think about it. The ones who gripe about the most shit are the ones who don't. One, they're not really fans of the product, and two, they don't go buy the shit. I mean, look, I'm gonna put it this way: the average fan of science fiction, or they claim to be, they're not us, because trust me, they don't go out hunting for shit like this.
Exactly.
They don't go looking for shit like this. They don't want it. They don't care about it. They have no idea. Looking at, just say a toy. Why do you care about the toy? Because it brings back memories.
Yeah, they don't get excited. They don't get excited when they see a special Walmart, backdrop that has episode 1 on it sitting at the flea market, and it was just a thing that you could go get Walmart sacks off of,
This one was the one that I was like, if I was leaving with one, I was leaving with Ambassador Kosh.
Nice.
If I could have only picked one out of the 10, I would have picked Kosh. It would have been a toss-up, and then I probably would have picked up Jacquard also, just for the hell of it to say I grabbed 2. But yeah, I mean, these are the type of people. They're like, oh, you just don't get it. No, I said, you don't get it. I want to be like, no, you don't get it. You don't go into a retro toy store because you want to just find the newest thing. You go into a retro toy store, for one, get blown back by a shit ton of memories out of all this crazy stuff you're seeing. Thinking part of yourself is like, fuck, man, I used to own this. Now you beat yourself up sometimes because I was going to get all 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. They had the original 86 versions of them.
Wow.
They were about $30 a piece. I was going to buy them, but then I saw the Babylon 5 stuff, and they were $9.99 each. And I just looked at the guy as I was. Yeah, $9.99 each. I was literally going through them. I was setting them out on the table and noticing there's no duplicates. It's 10 different characters. I literally looked at the guy and I was like, "Do you care if I just buy all of these?" They're like, "Oh yeah, we like that." I know it's a stupid question to ask, but still.
Well, yeah, no, I don't know how much y'all know about the characters from Earthworm Jim, but I was born in '91, so I grew up, in the '90s and the early 2000s, and I found Princess What's Her Name still in really good condition in the box a couple weeks ago at the flea market for $10. If you go on eBay, a beat up loose version of that action figure goes for $60.
Yeah, apparently,
Wow.
yeah, the average Babylon 5 I saw on eBay runs about 15 to 30 bucks, unless apparently it is one of the shadow figures. Apparently that was a rare one. I only saw one on eBay and some guy wants like 460 bucks for it. I'm like, yeah, not happening for me.
Eventually, and the worst part is eventually he'll get it.
Oh, I'm sure he will. I'm sure somebody will want it.
See, and that's the problem. The collectors markets have become so toxic, here lately. It doesn't matter what it is: video games, action figures, comic books, old VHS tapes. Everybody, I blame American Pickers, Pawn Stars, and the Antiques Roadshow.
Yeah, because they keep trying to put a dollar amount to a lot of this stuff, and I kind of want to look at it as like, you got to understand, we're not collecting these things because we expect to make money off of them. We're past that point. We're collecting these things because they are a part of our memory. They're a part of our culture. Like, for example, I don't have OG He-Man, but I did pick up a couple of I do have He-Man, Tila, Skeletor, Evelyn, and Battle Cat, the retro ones that they put out because they look like the originals. They're a little more updated. And I'm like, fuck, they look like the originals. I want them up there. Why? They don't have to be the originals, but they look like it.
That's how I felt with those Ghostbusters toys. I ended up buying the whole set because they were, they were cheap. They're at Walmart. They looked like the originals, and of course, I was too young to have had the originals, so I was real excited about that. But what got me the most is that I have a bunch of kaiju toys, and when I put the Stay Puft Marshmallow next to King Kong and they were the same size, like they were to scale with each other, I laughed for 3 days over that.
Oh my God, could you imagine somebody doing a YouTube video, Godzilla or a kaiju versus the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man?
No, man. The giant gingerbread man from Shrek 2 versus the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes. That would be the most delicious fight of all time.
I like that. I like that. I would pay I would put money in a Kickstarter fund for that.
There would only need to be two things added to that. Number one, he would need a sidekick. And number two, there would need to be an innocent bystander called Choco Man. It's between, yeah.
No. I got one. You can do the pet. You could take from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Get him the pet. Taco Dial. Scream.
That'd be awesome.
Oh God! So you bring up Ghostbusters. Actually, at the retro store, they do have the original Ghostbusters headquarters. They have. It's obviously out of the box, but it's got all the pieces to it. I think they also have Castle Grayskull and Snake Mountain, and I really can't buy them. Problem is, they want 110 for Castle Grayskull, and they want 90 for Snake Mountain. But
no, we have a. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say on the 29th they're having a car sale or parking lot sale. They're going to have vendors from different areas come in. So I'm like, I'm gonna be up there at 7 o'clock, and I'm like, my goal, or I'm gonna be up there when they open. So my goal is to at least find one Voltron lion. If I can find a full Voltron, that'd be kick ass. But I'll take a freaking lion if I can get that. Just one damn lion.
So has anybody else gotten interested in the Marvel 3.75 Kenner tributes?
I don't even know what that is.
Well, they're made in the style of the old Kenner toys. They're 3.75 inch, but they're Marvel Comics toys. They look a little bit like the old Secret Wars toys.
Oh, I haven't seen those.
But yeah, they've popped up all over Walmart and Target and everything. I managed to procure all 12 of them. $10 a piece. If you try to buy any of them online, the scalpers have already went crazy.
I'm sure they.
I like this. Jester Sin says, have that as a mud fight in chocolate sauce. Stay Puft versus Mango the Gingerbread Man. S'more War.
I like that.
Yep.
We could have Yitza. We could see if Yitza could get hired to do the artwork for the cover.
Easily.
I like that. S'mores Wars. How come nobody else has ever thought of this?
I would like to have Dan, from Boob Dan Art. I would like to have him make some marshmallow cheerleaders. That'd be the funniest thing in the world.
I'd have gone with candy cane cheerleaders myself.
Oh, they're on the gingerbread side.
And
Mongo.
Jester Sin is correct. Mongo, not mango. That's mango is a good fruit though.
Mango is a good fruit. I know a buddy of mine. He's I haven't talked to him in a long time since I got out of the military, but I know one guy. He is a diehard Ninja Turtle fan that he literally will buy every time a new set of Turtles comes out from whatever generation. He doesn't even care if he likes it. He just wants to have all 4 Turtles. I had a major. I remember when I first met him, walked into his office, and sitting on his desk was full decked out Voltron lion version.
Nice.
Ooh, the lions, yes. I'm sorry, that's the real Voltron to me. Cars are okay, but yeah. Lions, best.
Yes, lions. I tried, and I have never been able to get into any of the new Voltrons. Any of the ones they put out, I've never been able to get into any of them. Damn, somebody's selling the Voltron, the 84 toys for like, they want $150 for each one. They're one for Hunk. They're like, buy it now for buy Hunk now for $150.
And they'll talk to you like that's a good deal.
Yeah.
I would rather no. Thank you. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm buying nostalgia, not nostalgia wrapped in gold.
Now I could understand paying $84 for a full Voltron that comes apart and goes together because we are talking separate parts.
Yeah.
I can get that, but yeah, for an individual character, like I'm sorry, I'm not paying $100 for Lance. And then I would be the guy who would always go, "Hey, where's Sven? See how many deer in the headlight looks I get on that one."
We have a local retro toy store here in near Tulsa, Oklahoma. They had this guy working there for a while. They set it up kind of like a flea market booth style. So there are a bunch of different booths, and they have different people that run each booth and that kind of thing. But anyway, so that one of the booth holders was running the store at the first time I ever went in there. And of course, you talking about getting that feeling, when you're overcome with nostalgia. And I did. I walked through there, and like I was like a kid in a candy store. It was ridiculous. Everybody that was there with me, all my friends, my girlfriend, everybody, they're looking at me like they hadn't seen me get that animated over this kind of stuff. Well, anyway, no joke. As I'm talking, this guy, I didn't notice till I was done. This guy was walking behind me and marking up the prices on everything I talked about. And anyway,
Shit.
oh, you have no idea. They fired him, or they booted him. They wouldn't let him work there anymore. They kicked his booth out because that was not the first nor the last time he pulled those kind of antics. Well, then fast forward about a year later, I see him at a convention. He had something that my fiance, my then girlfriend, now fiance, really wanted. So I went ahead and I bought it for her. Really wish I hadn't from him. I would have paid 3 times as much just not to buy from him. He's got a partner. He's got a business partner who is real cool to, his only flaw is that he works with this guy. Well, anyway, I go in there and I'm looking around, and suddenly he starts telling me that the price tag's on there. Now, he had just sold me the My Little Pony thing that she wanted. He had just sold me that for the sticker price, but then all of a sudden, every time I was looking at something, he was telling me that wasn't the price. And anyway, so fast forward another year later, he was at a different antique store thing. He had a booth there, and I recognized his stuff. He wasn't there. He comes up as I'm leaving, and no joke, he walks through the door and says, "Oh yeah, if you got any questions about prices, just ask me." And yeah. So, and he had already pulled this kind of stuff on me before. He had one of the Matthew Broderick 1998 Godzilla's, the big stomp action one. It said 40 on there, which is about what they go for. And I was going to buy it from him because I used to have one when I was a kid. And me and my sister were playing around one day and broke his leg off. Yeah, that's how it goes. But anyway, and suddenly he wanted 75 for it, from 40 to 75, just, because I showed interest in it. Anyway, so I gave him one more chance. It had been 2 years since I had bought anything from this man. This was last year or the year before last. And, he is, he's running a booth at another place he hadn't managed to get kicked out of yet. And, after a while, he can't sell anything and he can't pay the rent on the booth. So he's got a bit of a reputation now. In any event, he had some just kind of loose Earthworm Jim figures. And I was telling him about Doug TeNapel doing the crowdfunder for the new Earthworm Jim comic and everything. And I go and I walk around. When I come back, the one that was in the package on the back of the shelf or on the back of a hanging shelf for $3, he had moved up to the glass case and put a $15 price tag on it.
Okay, this guy is just dying to get his ass beat.
Yeah, oh, you have no idea. There are places in town he cannot go. But he's had some death threats. It's bad. Which I don't condone that from anybody, but
No, but that's low. That's low.
The first time, like I said, the very first time he had done that to me, I didn't realize what I had found was from his booth. And it was one thing for him to do this with his booth, but he had heard me talking, and he had all the stuff I had shown interest in. He had went and he had grabbed and taken it behind the counter, and was in the middle of emailing, calling, and texting the owners of each booth, asking them if they wanted to up the price on it. And and that was ridiculous in and of itself. But I didn't realize what I had found was from his booth. It was an original episode 1 lightsaber, the ones that were called back because of the battery exploding in them.
Yep.
And
Oh yeah, I
it was
remember
still in it was still in the package. I had one when I was a kid. My mom and dad had got me one for my birthday, but they had to take it back because the whole battery exploding thing. Anyway, so I ended up getting one during the attack the Attack of the Clones movie. I ended up finding one then, but this one it had it had it had Qui-Gon Jinn on it and everything. It looked great, and it had a price tag on it for $5. Anyway, I brought it up to the counter, and he that was the first time he'd ever pulled that on me. He goes, "Well, that's not my price." And I said, "Well, how much do you want on it?" And he told me $25, and I was like, "Well, I guess you want to keep it." And so that started our feud. But excuse me, just
I hate people like that.
sorry, that jalapeno went down wrong. Whew.
Not a good thing. Yeah.
in any event, like I said, I don't buy anything from this man. He could be the last vendor on the planet, and I would break into Fort Knox and pay all the fines that come with it, and the jail time, just to avoid this man's booth at all costs.
Wow.
I will do without before I ever buy from this man again.
Somebody here is selling a DS9 Gold Ducat still in the box for $4.
What? Where?
Well, it's the bid on eBay, but there's only an hour and 16 minutes left. I might actually bid on that.
I guarantee you,
What's
in the
the
last
minimum
5
bid you have
minutes.
What do you have to? Yeah, 5 minutes. Wait till there's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Or less. And bid.
This isn't bad. $20 for Captain Picard as Locutus.
That's cool.
Unless it's still in the package.
It's still in the package.
Okay. So it's still in the package. That's about right.
That's reasonable.
I had this coworker for a while. He did custom. He would find old Migos that were messed up and everything. He had a Migo that he had found a Patrick Stewart head for, replaced the head on the Migo because it was an original Migo body, and he made a Captain Picard Migo, and then he converted it to Locutus later on when he got bored. And that was one of the coolest figures I had ever seen. Some guy just sitting there customizing it himself.
Wow.
Oh, this one ought to go. I'm surprised this one's only going for $12. Khan?
Like I said, in those last 5 minutes, they'll jump.
Classic Star Trek, Khan from Wrath of Khan. I know quite a few people would love that still in the box.
Yeah. Well, you wait till there's like 2 minutes left. Yeah, it's gonna jump.
Oh yeah, of course it will. And then
Yeah,
of course,
snipers.
you deal with the fact this is the part I hate about eBay. You got those ones where they say, "Oh, if they don't make the minimum bid, if they don't get the minimum," I'm like, "Oh well."
Yeah.
Well, I can understand it on a few things.
Yes, on a few. Okay, look, if you're gonna sell, example, if you're going to sell a complete G.I. Joe Space Shuttle Defiant from back in the 80s, and it has all the pieces, yes, I can understand you wanting to have a minimum bid for that, because that is a rarity to find, especially all together.
Well, anything that's exceptionally rare, if you were to get one of those lightsabers like you were talking about, and you wanted $100 for it, having $100 minimum, I don't think is unreasonable.
For those don't go for very much at all.
Well, they should.
But I know what you mean.
Because some people, it's like, oh, I'm going to get this for $5. It's like, are you out of your mind? Shipping alone for that would cost over $5. No.
It's always funny when I pay. It was always funny sometimes. It was like, God dang, I'm paying more for shipping than I did for the product.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming he meant Worf. I'm assuming he meant Worf.
Figure and both in the box. $5 each at the store years ago.
Nice.
Yeah.
See, that's one of the things like when I go to, like I said, when I go to Terre Haute, I make it very clear, if I'm going there, I'm stopping by that store and I'm buying at least something, because there's going to be something in there I want. They actually were selling, somebody brought in, I think, I saw they had the sale of it. They had like all of season 1, season 2 of the classic Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles VHS.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That is.
And I know Captain Trek has heard me say this. One of the biggest regrets I have after my grandmother's passing was she had certain collections that, unfortunately, I didn't even think about till long after the grieving process. I wish I had picked, because I knew I would have honored this. If I could have grabbed one thing, all 79 VHSs of her Star Trek collection.
Oh, man.
If I still had those, if I had those now, I would have somewhere, they'd be in like a fucking shrine to my grandmother.
Oh, yeah.
Because, that would be so freaking cool.
And yes, I figured it was on a stupid Crimson, because that's what phones do.
Oh, he got the autocorrect, didn't he? We knew what he was talking. We knew he was talking about Worf.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'll tell you though. Go ahead.
Oh, no. I was thinking, when it came to Worf, my favorite when I had those Star Trek toys was I loved him in the traditional Klingon outfit. That was like my favorite Worf.
Oh yeah, I got this guy at the Renaissance Fair that makes wooden weapons, and of course the price of wood's going up, and so his product is going up. But anyway, I have all sorts of stuff. I've got a trident that I had signed by Jason Momoa.
Nice.
Yeah, he's made me the original Stormbreaker, Beta Ray Bill's hammer from Marvel. He's made me the Thunderstrike mace. I've got a shield I got a kite shield that looks like the original Captain America kite shield. I've got a Shield of Hyrule from The Legend of Zelda. I just recently picked up a shield that looks like the Great Eye of Sauron. But anyway, so I've got quite a few things that this guy's made over the years, and I've been buying from him since I was like 9. But I'll be 30 in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So yeah. Anyway, he he was like, well, because how he does is, like, he'll go to different festivals and different conventions and stuff all year long, and I will I'll text him randomly. I'll be like, okay, so this movie is coming up, and so this is what people are after, and so he'll make something that generically looks like whatever's going on. When the Hobbit trilogy started up, he started making elvish looking swords and that kind of thing. Well, anyway, he he has been working on a Klingon bat'leth. And of course, to make it out of wood and everything, get it painted just right, and all of that. His problem is that it's not something he could easily sell, because if you sell that to children, they're going to want to use it, and it's it's not going to look real pretty after a little bit.
No.
But for the price of the type of wood he has to use for it, you might as well go and buy you a real bat'leth. So it's it's just one of those things. I can understand why he doesn't, but I saw the picture of the one he worked on. It looked really awesome, but that one is with his brother, who refuses to let go of it.
Smart man.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I honestly thought you were older than you are, because you actually have some, intelligence.
I do appreciate that. I really thank you. But yeah, no, I was born June 1st, 1991.
Yeah,
And he's got a brain. That's amazing.
Well, see, when I grew up, when I was being raised, my mother beat the stupid out of me.
Well, my mother would sing, or at least the switch would sing on while it was hitting my ass.
That's right. I grew up by the belt and the switch, and I'm not in prison. I've never been to prison. I don't have 20 illegitimate kids running around. I haven't joined any gangs. I haven't run any drugs, and so I've held down a job for 10 years now. I got on with the security company that I'm with straight out of high school, and I've been with them for 10 years. Now, I've had other jobs in the meantime. I put them on the back burner sometimes, but I've stayed employed with them for 10 years.
Wow.
And so, I told her the other day, I said, Mom, you must have done something right. It was Mother's Day. We were talking, she was doing that thing that moms do when they start to lament some of the some of the choices they made back in the day and everything. I'm like, well, you raised 3 kids, and none of us are overly successful, but none of us are failures either. So it's that's really all you can ask for nowadays.
Quite honestly, not being a failure is in and of itself a success nowadays.
Exactly. Well, I look at my daughter, and she posted something yesterday about somebody. This used to be an old friend of her, and this person was one of those, wasn't really a friend, kind of person who drags you straight to hell. And when you try to dig out, they want to hold you back. My daughter this was a memory of hers that popped up on her Facebook, and then she just typed the words, "I've come a long way," and I responded back, "Yes, you have."
Yeah.
I said, absolutely, my daughter has come a long way from where she was. She had to do a lot. She had to pay a lot of for it. But one of the best things was when she went to after she got out of juvenile detention, and she went to the group home and had to actually do what I figured she needed, which was group therapy. So she has all these girls there sitting there listening to her life, and literally her peers telling her, "Do you have any idea what those of us in here would kill to have had your life, and you're fucking it up?" They go, "We love to have the life you're screwing up right now." And that really resonated with her. And, to this day nowadays, here we are 5 years later, and she admits, she was like, "Yeah, I was a screw up, and I made you guys life." I said, "Yeah, but you learned from it, and now look at you."
Well, and that's the thing, making bad decisions, if they don't kill you, all that you can do after that is make better ones.
Yeah, well, failure is when you don't learn. Failure, honestly, you only fail when you don't learn from it.
Yeah. But no, it was funny. I was sitting there one day. Now, just to give you a little bit of backstory on my mom. My mother, when she was a teenager, she worked at a hotel, and she spent half her paycheck on on an arcade machine playing Ms. Pac-Man in the back instead of doing what she's supposed to be doing. But I mean, it was a night clerk job. It wasn't like it was overly demanding, but. It's funny. She read The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings way back when, there was no demand for it. There was no call for it before they ever made the animated movies, and, she, this woman, as a kid, as a teenager, watching Star Trek before it was cool and everything, and when she was pregnant with me, she beat the original Legend of Zelda game. When I was
nice.
When I was 7, her and my dad got me a Game Boy Color for Christmas, and they got Pokemon Yellow with it, and she jacked it and wouldn't let me have it back till she beat Pokemon Yellow. Yeah. And so anyway, I got back from a fishing trip with my uncle. I was 11 or 12 at the time, and I get back from this fishing trip with my uncle, and there's a huge box, like a long box of comic books sitting there, and I had maybe 20 or 30 comics at that point, and she had found it at an estate sale, and the guy had them marked for 25 cents a comic, and she said,'I'll give you $40 for the whole box,' and he said, 'Deal.' And I did the math one day. She saved like $70. But anyway, that started my huge collection. We're talking about a woman that took my sister and I, and then later my brother. My brother is 8 years younger. My sister and I are a year apart, and then our little brother is 8 years younger than her. So anyway, so later on, of course, he is with us too. But we stood in line for the Lord of the Rings movies. We stood in line for the Star Wars movies. We went to all that cool stuff, and anyway. So one day, I'm sitting there going on about the backstory of some C-list comic book character, and she looks at me just completely, unironically, nothing. She just looks at me. She says, "Bubba, how did you become such a big old geek?" And I looked at her. I said, "I wonder."
I had a very interesting. 10 years back, I was collecting. I was going through. I was doing a collection of post-crisis Batman. So, so I was hitting the comic book shops. I was getting Batman. I was looking for Legends of the Dark Knight, Shadows of the Bat, Birds of Prey, Robin, Tim Drake Robin, Nightwing. So I was going through and I was picking these up. I go to the store, I grab the back issues. I'd have a checklist of what I needed. And then there was a couple of back issue comic stores I found online where I could get stuff at pretty good deals. So after I think it took me about 4 or 5 years, I finished the collection. And I was thinking I would love to do this for Superman, but I was just like, I don't know if I want to spend another 5, 6, 7 years trying to put a post-crisis together. Freaking on eBay, this guy, I kid you not, I went and looked up Superman comics. Entire post-crisis, he says, from 1986 to 2011, he's like, post-crisis Superman. It was like 1,200 comics. He had the entire laid out. He wanted a shit ton of money for it. So I'm watching this for months. Price drops. He's down to about $800. I call my wife. I'd like to make an offer on these comics. She agrees. I offered him $650. 10 minutes later, confirmed.
Yes.
So they are. So you can't see my comic collection, but if you see these two bookshelves right here, There is a gap. There is a gap behind this, and that is where all my Batman, my Superman, and my comics are boxed up. And
that's awesome.
They are all back there. I had to spend an entire weekend. I mean, I was out at the store. I come back home on a weekend, and there's like 8-9 boxes all out there on my front porch. I take them all in, and I mean, these things are almost all, not only is it boxed, most of them are in plastic. Most of them have backings, cardboard backing. I was like, I fucking struck some serious gold here. So I spent the whole weekend cataloging them, making sure I had them. And sure enough, this guy was not shitting. He had the entire 86 to 2011, just about every crossover. If it had a crossover, it was in there. So like,
that is beautiful.
It's like, hey, there was a crossover to Starman 25. Here's Starman 25.
Heck yeah. That's awesome, man.
Yeah, I couldn't believe he took the deal.
No.
And I mean, so like I paid basically 50 cents a comic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking when you said how many. When you said how many comics there were, that's freaking awesome, man.
Yeah. Oh, it was a deal.
My story's not quite that good about a recent deal that I got, but my favorite superhero has always been the Thing from the Fantastic Four. I mean, how can you beat that? It's clobbering time, you know. I've always been a big guy, you know, and so he's always been kind of a role model, and I mean, because he's one of those guys. I love the fight with Man-Thing because he's literally throwing a temper tantrum because this guy has a similar name to him, so he's going to go whoop somebody's ass just cause. And superheroes, you're not used to superheroes acting like that, but I mean, he drank, he smoked, and like Stan Lee said, he wanted to create heroes that weren't much better than the villains that they fought. Like they still had some selfish goals in mind. And for him, pride has always been his, pride and wrath have always been his big vices. And so, it's cool to have, it's cool to, when you can see yourself, when you can actually identify with a hero. And anyway, somebody on eBay had the entire collection, the entire solo series of the Thing. And he was originally wanting $80 for him, but because I had been buying stuff from his eBay store, he sent me an offer for $50. And then I'm sitting there, I'm kind of waffling on it. I'm like, that is really good, but and then all of a sudden he sends back, were you the one that bought? And I had just bought like 4 or 5 other things from him. He said, I'll give it to you for $35. And so obviously I had to take that deal because this is it's like 40 comics for $35. So that was a really awesome deal on that one. Now, the best comic book deal I have ever gotten in my life, this old boy that was living in an apartment just around the corner from me, he was going out. He was going through his dad had just got sent to prison, and one man's fortune. Never mind. The point is, one's misfortune is another man's fortune, and he was going through his dad's old storage unit, and he found a box, like a big box of comics. And I am going through them, and I find all 12 of the Crisis on Infinite Earths. Like all 12 of them in great condition. And I am sitting there, I'm like, Lord, please don't let this man know what he has. I was like, I'll feel guilty later. I said, so I'm sitting there, I put my poker face on. I said, would you take 10 for the 12 of these? He goes, for $10, I'll give you the whole box. I go through that box. I am skipping like I am off to see the wizard. I get back in my apartment, and I am giddy. I am bitch slapping giddy. I'm going through this. He had all 4 of the West Coast Avengers miniseries that kicked off the series. He had an original. It was issue 8 of Teen Titans. It was in terrible condition, but it was issue 1 of John Carter of Mars, and the first appearance of the villain Tarantula. I mean, I had all sorts of stuff that I had just gotten for $10. Well, a month after that, I went to the Houston, Texas Comic Palooza, and I go in there, and I had all 12 of those signed, all 12 of the Crisis on Infinite Earth signed by George Perez. Yeah. And fast forward 4 years later.
All of them for you.
Yeah, but he signed all 12 of them for me, and then 5 years later, I found Marv Wolfman, and he signed all 12 of them for me as well.
Dude, I want to.
So I have all 12. Anyway, but I saw that guy after that, and I was telling him, I said, I ended up having these signed by the artist and the writer, and he goes, and he looks at me, and you remember when he sold it to me, I just assumed he didn't know what all he had. He looks at me, he says, yeah, if it hadn't been flooded, I could have sold you the good stuff. Yeah. Apparently he had 1 through 50 of the original Avengers. He had when he started going through everything he had all 12 of the Secret Wars. He had everything. Anything, somebody like us would kill for. He had all sorts of stuff. Apparently the box he sold me was all that was left that didn't get damaged in the flood in the storage unit.
Oh God, man! If only that stuff could have survived.
Yeah, because if he was selling them like that for like $200, I could have had, I could have bought a trailer house. But yeah, no, like I said, it's between those 12. I have those signed by George Perez and Marv Wolfman, and then I have Fantastic Four issue 112, Battle of the Behemoths, the third meeting of the Thing and the Hulk, and the first time they ever fought cover to cover. Like the first time they met, they had a scuffle. The second time they met, they teamed up with the Hulk. This one, like we're talking about, this is the big, like, hardcore, no holds barred fight. And I had that one signed by Stan Lee himself on December 31st at the Dallas Nerd Year's Eve convention.
There's one particular comic, Fantastic Four. If I could get my hands on it,
Yes.
I would get it, and that would be the first appearance of the Silver Surfer. One of my favorite. One of my favorite third tier characters, Silver Surfer. I would love to get my hands on the first time on his first appearance in Fantastic Four. Hands down. If I could get my hands on that, I'd probably pay out my ass for it.
If it's worth it, it's worth it. I paid $56. Yeah, I paid $56 for that for that issue 112, and then I paid another $100 to have it signed and get the authentication slips. So I've paid it, but the fact of the matter is that when I looked online, that particular the comic goes for $80 by itself usually. So I got a deal on that. And so if nothing else, and then of course since Stan passed, I've had several offers. I'll sit there and I'll talk about it, and I'll be like, if you think I am selling this, well, because this one guy, he started to pull out cash, and I'm like, dude, them's fighting words, man. You put that wallet up. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally can understand that. But I mean, that's the thing. We have a passion for this stuff, and we all have different passions about different areas of our culture. Like you said, the Thing, it popped in my head. There was, while I was at the store, the retro store, they had a huge, freaking, pretty good size. I think it was about like a 12-inch thing.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it was about 12 inches.
What was it? Was it the one from the? Was he one of the projectors from the '90s, or was he one of the ones from the 2005 movie?
Looked like something more comic book. Didn't look like he was from the movies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, they did have the giant figures. They did in the early '90s for a little while too.
Yeah,
Hey,
I wasn't.
Cap, sorry, I gotta drop off.
Okay,
Supply,
thank
buddy.
you for coming by, Bert.
Take care, Bird. What about you,
See you later, man.
What are some things, if you could, or if you have, what are some things you'd like to collect? What are some things you'd like to have as collectibles for you?
For me, I have some old Star Wars figures. Unfortunately, back in the day, I played with them.
So did everybody else. Okay.
So, yeah, they're not in the packages. I've lost the guns and the lightsabers, blah blah blah. Of course, anymore, you can easily 3D print those.
my grandma, back when I was collecting Star Wars figures, and of course I was playing with them too, but when episode 3 came out, I had found a General Grievous action figure, and he came with all 4 like lightsabers. And my grandma, she started laughing. She said, now if that guy could die off, you'd have enough lightsabers for all of them.
Oh yes, this is true.
Yeah, trying to get my hands on a Fantastic Four number 48 is kind of my I would say my unicorn, because it is fucking. Let's put it this way: just type in Fantastic Four number 48 on eBay and see how freaking jacked these prices are.
Oh yeah, no. The reprints of 48 go high too. Like that.
Oh, yeah.
That's the thing. We are at a point where collecting has become such a toxic market that a mere mention of a character, when Ragman showed up on the CW Arrow show, all of the Ragman comics suddenly skyrocketed. When Deadpool got his movie announced, the '90s Hero for Hire comics that had Deadpool in them went from being like $2 or $3 a piece to being 20 and 30 a piece. Like I mean, and like I said, everything has just fluctuated so bad, and once a character makes their debut on the big screen or the small screen, suddenly nothing that they're in will ever go back down. It'll go down from what it is at its height, but every time they get mentioned again, every time they show up again, you see those temporary price hikes on there. And it's gotten ridiculous. We're at a point. I have 2 different reprints of Avengers issue 1, and both of them sell for over $50 right now. The real Avengers one, it's nothing to see that go for anywhere from $500 to $2,000.
Wow, Jim Edwards, Silver Surfer, 1968 raw copy. First Solar Surfer in his own series. Origin issue, $450.
Wow. Yep. Well, look at it this way. Go with, and I was just, since you brought up and you were mentioning names, I was just thinking New Mutants number 98.
Whoo! Yeah.
You know what the really fucked up part is? I used to have that comic back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Oh man, I about cried. We talk about where we get our geek passion from and everything. My grandmother, she grew up during the Great Depression, and so it was when she was growing up, she'd go get comics and stuff, and she at one time apparently had Detective Comics issue 1, Action Comics issue 1, Captain America issue 1. Like, we're talking about the originals back in the 30s. And I asked her one day, I said, so you keep telling me that you had those. What'd you do with them? She goes, oh, when we got done with them, the neighborhood kids passed them around, and I don't ever know what happened to them. And you talk about wanting to have a heart attack. No, I just couldn't believe, of course, I mean, back then nobody ever expected those little pieces of paper to ever be worth anything. It's just like, we're at a point where if you've got a Time magazine that has the right picture on it, it's worth money. Like there's, it's just ridiculous.
Well, the value is based on, some things, and I would say this, I agree with you. I think some of the collecting areas are toxic, and it's honestly because you have people honestly collecting things just for the fact that they want to go out and try and resell them, or they're collecting it just to collect it, and they have I mean, sure, they pay the money for it, but do they really appreciate what they have?
No.
Not at all.
Oh, yeah. See, like I said, when I picked up, just for example, I spent $90. I spent $95 on 10 Babylon 5 toys. As far as I'm concerned, I wanted to just burst into tears of joy, because I'm thinking, what are the chances I'm going to walk into a store and find a find like this again?
No, well, it's kind of like back when the PlayStation 2 first came out, and you had that guy that got beat up by a crowd because he went and bought the last one at the out of the store there in New York, and then he smashed it in front of everybody. I mean, that's thing. People like that have too much money, too much time. That. Like you said, they don't appreciate anything, and of course, he's trying to, he's trying to get under the skin of 10,000 people waiting on getting something that he's got his hands on, just so he can piss them off. And of course, it worked, and he ended up getting stitches because of it. But I've seen people do all sorts of crazy stuff. I've watched. I watched this one guy. He had a YouTube video or a YouTube channel for a while. He would track down retro video games and stuff, and he would take them apart and turn them into like artwork and stuff. And he had to reassure his audience repeatedly. He had to tell them over and over again, none of this stuff actually works. This is all just glorified paperweights, because he had literal death threats in his comments, because he at one of the things he got was it was the Nintendo Championship. It was one of the it was one of the silver ones. They only made 5 gold ones. They made 100 silver ones. It was one of the silver ones, but it was unrecognizable. Like he had to take it apart just to clean the grime off and everything, and he put it back together, left it as is. He stuck it in a case, but everybody was mad because he was pressure washing the chips and stuff inside of it. He said if there was any chance that would work at all, I wouldn't have done that, but it was dead. It was dead on arrival, and all I did was make it look like it was supposed to look again. And so, and of course, you got people like me. I'm defending him in the comments and that kind of thing. And I was still fairly new to social media at the time, and so I didn't realize that absolutely everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of public opinion. Yeah, no, people hate the truth, but anyway, yeah, no, I have.
Right here. Betty White is so old. She's starting a 7-year season TV show about being old that went off the air before most of you were born.
Wow. Yeah.
It's just
that
unbelievable.
That kind of stings a little bit.
You got to understand, when that show came out, I was watching it when it was airing on TV.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
I remember. Hey, I remember when Betty White was on Mama's Family.
Yeah, no joke. Until recently, I thought I was confusing the two shows for each other. I didn't know, like, I couldn't remember if she was ever actually on that show or not.
She was actually, her and I think the one who played Yeah, she was on it for a few seasons. Then the show went off the air, and it came back, but during its hiatus, Betty White had moved on to doing Golden Girls, so that's why she wasn't back in it.
Yeah, but yeah, no, I'll tell you though. They had asked, it was about 4 or 5 years ago, they asked Betty White, it was on Entertainment Tonight, they asked her, said, so what's your secret to living so long? And she looks at him, she says, well, what you want to do is you want to wake up every morning. that was great. You know, but I saw this meme the other day that really cracked me up, and that her being so old reminded me of this. It was going down the list. It said, you know, it listed how old Ozzy Osbourne was, how old Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are, how old Gene Simmons is, how old Slash and Nikki Sixx and all these, like, it goes through a bunch of 60s, 70s, Paul McCartney, it goes through a bunch of 60s, 70s, and 80s rock stars and how old they've gotten. And at the bottom it said rap stars are doing the wrong drugs.
Yes, I saw that one.
That one cracked me up to no end. And of course I felt bad because I you know, I'm a big DMX fan and he just passed.
Oh man,
but yeah,
that retro toy store I was mentioning, the one that's going to have the parking lot sale going on at the end of the month, dude. They've already all their booths, all their openings they had for booths are gone.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing. People will, right now, especially, you know, a lot of places, people have been cooped up for a year or longer. And so our Renaissance Fair here in Muskogee, Oklahoma, you know, the Castle of Muskogee's got a real like big reputation for this. We actually have a castle, and it's you know, they've built. I mean, we got full on villages and stuff in there. They've got an Italian quarter. I mean, it looks like a medieval fair. You go through all of it and everything, and the jousting field and all of that. But what anyway, they said on the first day this year, they had to cancel it last year because it's in May. It goes from the last weekend of April to the first weekend of June every year, and so we get 6 full weeks. And and of course it's always on the weekend except for Memorial Day. They're open on Monday, but I get the season pass, and my fiance and I, a few of my family members, a few friends, you know, we'll all meet up out there. We have all kinds of fun. But anyway, so they said on the first day that they have upped the prices on absolutely everything because they didn't have it last year. And even with the price increase, they sold more tickets on day one than they have ever sold for an entire season. Just to let that sink in, they sold more day one admission tickets than they have ever sold for all 6 weeks combined.
Huh.
Probably has to do with the fact everybody wants to get the fuck out.
Yeah, it was, and it was crowded. It looked like you. I mean, if you were to put the Super Bowl in a chicken joint after church on Sunday, like, I mean, it looked ridiculous. Yeah, walking around out there. I'm glad I didn't have my costume that day because everybody smelled very authentically Renaissance. Yeah. No, people talk about the anime nerds and the comic book nerds. They talk about, you know, them all the time. You have not smelled god awful ugly until you walk through a bunch of Ren Fair nerds that don't, you know, that are trying to smell a little too authentic. They, whew, yeah, no, they can gag maggots.
I haven't been to a Renaissance event in, oh God, since I lived in California. So, oh God, probably 15 years.
Yeah, well, what I love about the Muskogee Renaissance Fair is that it is nowhere near the size of the California, the Texas Ren Fair, or the Kansas City Ren Fair. You know, those three are always notable. There's that huge one in Britain. You know, but out of the, it has never failed since this is its, technically it should be its 26th year, but since they had to cancel last year, it's the 25th annual Muskogee Renaissance Fair, and it has always ranked in the top 25 in the 25 years it's been around. After the first year, it has ranked in the top 25 Renaissance festivals around the world every year. It's usually in the lower part of the 25, but that, you know, you got to think how many it's got to go through, you know, how much recognition it's got to be ranked that high. You know, and it'll make you proud too. And of course, from you know, with Oklahoma firework laws and everything, from June 15th to July 7th, we can sell fireworks, and so the castle also sells fireworks. They do the haunted castle in the weekends in October. They have a Christmas castle thing they do during that time, but their big show is the Renaissance Festival, and so it's really cool though. You go by there, and I post a lot of pictures on Twitter when we go. I posted a bunch this past Sunday, but and of course I have my pirate costume on because, you know, why not? But yeah, no, I'm just at this point I'm just rambling. If somebody else wants to take over, that's perfectly fine.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being passionate. That's one of the biggest reasons we do this, is because we have passion about our culture.
Yeah, well, they have. You talk about that passion. They have they've got castle coins that work as currency at any of the shops inside the castle. So you go, they've got a bank that you go to, and you can trade your cash for castle coin, and then you can spend them like money inside the festival, and it's great. Because I have two friends right now that have every coin that they've ever put, the ones that aren't in print anymore, the ones that they, he's got 3 or 4 of each. And the first year they did it, they had a $10 coin that it was made to look like the Aztec gold from the Pirates of the Caribbean. And he still has that one, and those they only cast 500 of those, and they were gone, almost in a heartbeat. It was and of course they never did any again, and he's got 2 of those. And I told him, I said, yeah, you might want to keep that under your hat, man. But yeah, no, they've it is really cool.
I just looked this up. Somebody has got 16 Star Trek VHS tapes. I'm looking at them. 16 of them. VHS. Do you know what they want to buy it now? $25.
That ain't bad.
No, not bad at all.
That ain't bad at all.
Depends on the episodes too.
Well, let's see. It's season 1. So we've got. Oh, yeah, these are good ones. Oh, shit. Yeah. Where No Man Has Gone Before. Mud's Women. Enemy Within. Oh, Balance of Terror.
Ooh. Get them.
What Little Girls Are Made Of. Dagger of the Mind. Miri. I know that's one a lot of people don't like.
Yeah.
The Conscience of the King. Oh, Galileo 7. Court Martial, both parts of the Menagerie, Shore Live, The Squire of Gothos, Arena, Tomorrow's Yesterday, and The Return of the Archons. That's not bad. It's a pretty good list.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You find you a reliable VCR, and that's one thing. They're talking about digitally redoing movies now on streaming services to update the ads. So say it was an ad for a tobacco product that was that's long been out. That doesn't even exist anymore. That they're talking about putting like some kind of ad from today in there. The first time I ever see them do that in any of the movies, any of the classics, I start watching an 80s movie and I see a modern I see a modern Coca-Cola or a modern Pepsi logo instead of the original. They will never have my money again.
Okay, I've been saying this for a while now. At what point did I wake up in the movie, "Thank you for smoking"? If you have never seen that movie, that is literally what oh God, what's his name? He's in that show Shameless now.
Yeah, I've never seen that movie. I know, didn't it have Kevin Costner in it?
No. This movie had the guy who played Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight.
Eccleston or I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the only reason I would even do this Star Trek collection on VHS is just because I want to have it just to say I have something of my grandmother's that I'll remember. May not be the originals that she had, but you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, this year my big project, because we've been going to this Renaissance fair every year since I was 9 years old, and like I said, I'm about to be 30, 8 or 9. I was about to turn 9, so 8 years old, and it's a lot of the vendors and everything have been the same vendors that have been there, for all this time, and there are 2 blacksmiths that have been there since the beginning. They've been there all 25 years. And I have so much. Now I've got plenty of swords, that were made in Pakistan or made from, or made, in Taiwan, that kind of thing. But those are just, those are cheap, metal, cut out of a mold. I'm talking about a real forged, sword. I finally want one, and it's got to be from one of these 2. And that's my big project, and so I'm trying to save up my money. My birthday is on the 1st, and then the weekend after that, I get paid on that Friday. So my big birthday present to myself is going to be finally buying a sword from one or the other. And something that, if I did, for some very unlikely reason, need to defend myself with it, I could do so, and it would survive it. It's not just a large glorified knife. It's an actual, implement of doom. Anyway, so I had not actually held any of these swords. Like when I was a kid, I'd go up there, back then the rules were, if you were over the age of 13. Well, I was a big kid. Nobody knew that I wasn't old enough to hold them. So I had been, I'd been holding them and, swinging them around a little bit, just to get the feel of them. And of course they were incredibly heavy. And the last time I had held one, I was 15 years old. So that's 15 years ago. And I hadn't since then, because I got real jaded. I was like, well, why would I tantalize myself with something that I can't afford? We're talking anywhere upwards of $300 to $700. And I'm looking at them and I'm just like, yeah, I'm good. I looked at them over the years, but I'd look, but I wouldn't touch. Well, now that I'm actually in the market, I go out there 2 weeks ago, on the first weekend, and they let me hold this big like barbarian sword, kind of like inspired by the Conan, sword. And I'm sitting there, and it's light, like not light, but nowhere near as heavy as I remember. And of course, it's funny what what maturity and 15 years of actually working and lifting weights and stuff will do. But it was just, I had in my mind how heavy they were, and they aren't that heavy anymore. So yeah, I definitely need one.
Why would I give a flying fuck if Tom Cruise sent back his Golden Globes as protest? What the fuck do I care?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Golden Globes back. Fuck you, dude.
Well, it's funny because you've got networks talking about boycotting them. I'm like, why does it matter? Nobody was going to watch them anyway.
Yeah.
And then you got these, you got the actors, going nuts and saying, all right, well, we're gonna protest this. They can't just do away with the Golden Globes. I'm like, why? Why does this matter? We have nothing to gain by fighting over this. Neither side has anything to gain by fighting over this.
Nope.
But they're. I love it when liberals fight each other. When leftists go at it, it's always spectacular.
I think you'll like this one, Captain.
Hold on a second. Gotta take care of one thing real quick. I got somebody asking me to send them a link for making sure it's done. And they can't say I didn't do it. Doesn't mean
Crimson Mist, thank you. Aaron Eckert. Aaron Eckert, yeah.
Yeah, Aaron Eckert, yeah.
And let me get back to the air and add the screen.
Oh, Josh Street, yeah, man. Wow, 18 hours. Where'd you move to? Colorado?
I got this. Star Wars: The Rise of Leroy Jenkins.
Oh no! Oh no!
And the sad part is there are so many people who don't get that joke.
I've never been a big PC gamer, so I didn't get it until maybe about a year or two ago. I had finally asked one of my buddies. That's all he does is PC gaming, and I'm like, so who is Leroy Jenkins? And he explained the whole story to me. But anyway. No, I've never had, living on the edge of the backwoods. It's hard to get reliable internet. You can go online, you can do Google searches, even watch YouTube videos, but trying to keep a hardcore signal while you're on an online game just it gets kind of tough. And here the last like 5 years, we only have one reliable internet company here in the Tulsa area, and that's Cox Communications. And they're anyway, they are expensive. They know they're the only game in town, the only viable game in town, and that they're a subsidiary of Comcast. And so they price gouge the hell out of everybody. They'll give you the hidden fees and all that good stuff. And so I'm one of those people. I'm one of those schlubs. I have a Vanguard game screen that I hook my Xbox One into, and then I've got a car plug-in that I plug my Xbox and the screen into, and I sit in the parking lot of the McDonald's and update my system once a month.
I can understand that. I live in where I live. Yeah, there's only one internet service out here. It's line of sight. They got a contract to get fiber put in over the next few years, but I'm paying twice the amount of money I was paying in South Carolina and getting half the service because, well, they can do it. I don't exactly have my option here. So I had to tell
that's pretty much.
I had to tell my family, you have to pay attention to the number of fucking devices we have. So not everything needs
Yeah.
to be hooked up to the Wi-Fi.
Well, at least at the same time, but yeah, no. See that's the thing. You're talking about only. I'll tell you, these people keep pushing for all digital only, and what irritates me the most about that is that we don't have good enough internet. The day I'll never give in, but I would be willing to consider it if the day comes that Alaska, the middle of Oklahoma and Kansas, North Texas, Arkansas, when all the rural areas, when the mountains of Canada, when everybody finally has the type of Wi-Fi that the East and West Coast of the United States has, then I might consider going all digital. But until that day, I'm not even going to give it a second thought. I'm a physical media kind of guy, and I have the shelves, filled with CD books to prove it. But I still buy CDs when I want music. We've got a local music shop that I go and buy stuff from. It's a little more expensive than getting them at Target, or I've never bought a CD at Walmart. I take that back. When I was young and didn't know any better, I was 14. I bought the Punisher soundtrack from the Thomas Jane Punisher movie, but and of course they did. They bleeped out all the cuss words, and I'm like, it has a parental warning on it. Why did you bleep out the cuss words? But
no clue. And good morning,
whatever.
Crimson Mist.
Leroy Jenkins. Okay, good morning, Captain. Good morning, NB Geek, and good morning, Geek Hero. Yeah, last year, I got some old media, some DVDs and CDs from record sale, some yard sales and the like, and even some good finds at pawn shops near my house. So I've really been on this bandwagon of preserving media, because I've championed this for years, because especially now with with everything going on streaming, now we're seeing that they can bleep out, censor certain things like words, and even some scenes like we saw with Back to the Future.
That was the one I was about to mention. Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, one of the reasons why we're seeing an uptick in physical media. I myself, like, for example, latest thing I picked up in physical media was I actually started watching it again. Babylon 5.
There you go.
Wow.
Because you have to. Once they started saying we're going to put warning labels on, or we're going to maybe edit out some stuff that was out of date, I'm like, oh hell no, you're not. Not with my stuff, you're not.
Nope.
Yeah.
It's like, no, that's where I think the physical media thing is really starting to kick back, because, hey, I've got all of Stargate SG-1. I got all of Stargate Atlantis. What's to stop them from fucking something up in the... Oh, no, here's what I bought, because this is really where I think if they're going to start fucking with our media, this is where I think they'll start fucking with it the most. Stuff like this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is all the seasons of Ghostbusters.
Wow.
Real Ghostbusters.
Nice.
Real Ghostbusters.
Nice. That's awesome.
Excellent.
Personal favorite of the day.
Yep. I got the box set that looks like the Turtle Van.
Oh,
cool.
Nice.
I got seasons 2 and 3 for Transformers Beast Wars.
And I couldn't believe it. This is not totally new, but it's one of my favorites to watch because I absolutely love the music.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to get the complete...
I love the opening. The opening is one of the best.
Yeah, I want to get the complete set for G Gundam. I just enjoyed that series very much, and if I could, I'd like to get Mac Robotech the Macross series
That'd be
in its
cool.
unedited glory. Yeah, and yeah, I can attest to that because there's been an uptick also with records, and even people are buying cassettes. In fact, last year I bought my first cassette, and it was limited edition because I bought it through Bandcamp of a, and it was and it's new music, by the way, from a synthwave musician named Alex, and I just enjoyed his work. So you can also get some new music that not only comes with a downloadable album, but also with if you want, you can have the hard media, whether it be a vinyl or CD or what have you. So you have those options, and I think people are taking advantage of that because we could, if you put everything also on digital and something happens that you can't access the streaming services, that's
Say
your
they go out
plan
of
B right there.
Yep.
Say they go out of business.
Yep.
Well,
That's why.
people are already starting to realize in these newer game consoles, the people that are relying on their game consoles as their DVD and Blu-ray players, they don't, even they don't understand that there are internal batteries in those. They're saying now that if those internal batteries go out, say 10 years from now, that you won't be able to play a physical disc on there. You won't be able to get any sort of media. It will become a very expensive retro paperweight.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
that's the thing. And they are there. I remember my grandparents saying this all the time. They kept saying, "Well, things aren't built to last anymore. You got to be careful. Things aren't built to last anymore." And I really did not understand what that meant until one day my TV went out. Now, when my grandpa had this TV, it was a little 24-inch TV, a little Magnavox, and back when it was new, that was the biggest TV you could get. And Papa had to have been maybe the fifth owner on it. It still had a stack of stickers from where it had been bought and sold at different pawn shops and stuff. Probably been stolen a dozen times given the side of town we were on. But the point is that it still had his cigarette burn on the top of it where he'd accidentally put his cigarette there instead of in the ashtray, and worked like a charm. And I had that from the time I was 14 to when I was 21. And I went and I went and bought a new TV after that one finally gave out. That TV, I was already having problems with it less than a year of having it. And it's just when you're used to a certain type of quality and then all of a sudden everything's trying to fall out from under you, you realize that things are made to be disposable. Things that things that we buy and sell that we stake our life savings on. Cars, big things, houses, even things are made to break so that you have to go back and buy. Nothing is made to last for a customer anymore.
Oh, another thing too we want to do with this digital, with worrying about digital media is if you're going to get the stuff, you got to get it now, or you've got to get the try and find an original version. So, like for example, there's a lot of people who want the original unedited Star Wars movies.
Right.
Yep.
Those are.
I have those.
Yeah, but think about this. They're pretty hard to find. They don't make them nowadays. So so what you got to do now is you got to go back and just think about it. Eventually, if they start whitewashing shit in digital media, they're going to eventually install that in the physical media. When they sell it, repackage it, they're going to be like, "Yep, we're just going to sell like this," and now it's going to say updated edition, and you're going to be pissed.
Yep. Well, I mean, I love George Lucas to death, but he already showed us what they could do with the Star Wars stuff. Literally, and I'm not even talking about the re-release. Episode 3, Ewan McGregor stated that there were 3 different lines in that movie he never actually said. They went back and computer animated him. They cut and spliced 3 different segments where he never actually recorded those lines, and they made it look like it was just a part of the movie. And for all of his pioneering in that sort of technology, he made it very, very blatantly clear that they could do anything they wanted. They're working on technology now that can make older stars look young again. They've got, and if you look at it for the past 10 years, they have come such a long way in doing that. If you think about X-Men 3, when they made Ian McKellen and Patrick Stewart look young again, Patrick Stewart looked like he did before he was on Star Trek: The Next Generation. For that one scene, and it didn't work so well with Robert Downey Jr. and it didn't work so well with Johnny Depp in those franchises. But then all of a sudden, Disney buys Star Wars. They buy they buy all the Lucas Media, and suddenly they can make anybody. They can bring Stan Lee to life after he's dead. And so, I mean, I still say that the powers that be made George Lucas sell. He did not have a choice. People ask why he did it all the time. He donated the money that he got from it. I do. I think that I think that the secret powers that be that want to that want to control us. And I know I know I got my tinfoil hat on, but that I do. I think they made him sell. Oh, and Josh Street, yeah, you probably did see me there. Like I said, I've been going out there every year since I was 8, and then wow, border of Mexico. That's Sorry, he's been telling me stuff in the comments, and I've been going off on rants for like the last 20 minutes. But, this is what I do though after I get off work.
What about you, Cap? I know I kind of asked this question about an hour back, and I don't think we ever got anywhere with it. For you, what would be a collection for you? What are things you'd like to have as a collection?
Well, who's the question for?
Well, it can be for anybody. It's just mainly Captain Trek. Because I've never really heard Captain Trek talk about any collections he'd really like, or what he'd like to collect.
I don't know if there is anything I'd like to collect. I would like to get some extra, DVDs that are still available. But like I said, I'm not even thinking about stuff like that because I got other stuff that I have to do at this point. So.
Well, there is that. I can understand that.
I mean, I can dream, but
Yeah.
Well, the only reason why I've got the collections that I do is because I still have most of the stuff I had when I was a kid. My family we might have taken stuff out and played with it, but we were overall gentle with them. Like I said, there were a few things like that Godzilla toy and everything, but I kept a lot of the stuff I had when I was growing up, and of course, I am 30 years old and don't have any kids yet, so I'm, I haven't had to put any money in that direction yet. So that's pretty much the only reason why I have all of the collection that I've got.
I only recently started collecting. Starting to even think about collecting stuff over the last few years because. I have 3 children. My oldest is 20 now, and she's about to have a baby. So, we did a lot of helping with her. And, of course, our kids are 10 and 13, so their toys are getting more costly. But my wife was like, you need a hobby. So I started collecting, and it's like listening to me. It's, know, everybody talks about their collections or things they like, and I was like, I'd like to start a little collection. I'd like to have some physical, but I've gotten more into the physical media aspect of looking for. I mean, originally, like I have digital Thundercats, I had digital Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and then I was kind of like, my server crashes. I'm possibly look.
That or get a DVD burner.
Oh, I have a DVD burner. Oh, I do have a DVD burner. I haven't used it in so long because honestly, I found literally for a lot of the stuff for a lot of stuff I bought, it's actually just more cost effective to buy the things than try to spend the time and the money to burn them.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, you talking about the original Star Wars? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Kevin.
Also, it's better to buy the original unless you can't, unless it's not available. Then you got to do what you got to do.
You got to get what you can get. Yeah.
I mean, if you're looking at doing, if you're doing like a 20 episode show that maybe only lasted that long, that's one thing. But if you're doing, say you're trying to do all of the original He-Man, that's what, 120 plus.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to take a lot of time.
Well, like I have all 5 seasons of Andromeda. I have all 6 seasons of Highlander, all the movies. I got the spin-off series, the animated series, and the anime movie because I freaking love Highlander. And me and Mike T have had like 3 arguments now over whether Gerard Butler is too old to play an immortal. Just saying. He still looks. He can look the part. He's not too old. Anyway, jokes aside, you're talking about some of these. I can't imagine. All the stuff they got away with in a lot of these shows. I just recently acquired Mutant X, the entire series to that. I didn't know that it had 3 seasons. Yeah, I got Mutant X. I got the Witchblade series. It didn't last very long, but I've got all of the Kevin Sorbo Hercules series, and I've got all of Xena, but I have Young Hercules with Ryan Gosling as well, and I have the 5 movies that when you go and you get the complete series at Hercules: The Legendary Journeys, a complete series at Walmart. They don't sell the 5 movies that started the series. It only has the episodes. It doesn't have the movies. I managed to find all 5 of those on eBay, and so I have all of those as well. I have been putting together a collection. I've got. Let's see. I'm trying to think of another series I've got. But the point is that I have long been afraid of all the changes they're making to everything, and then everything that's going out of print, and I have been, because I get to thinking about it. I'm like, if something happens, and I mean, I ain't even being silly at this point with all the stuff going on right now. If we still manage to have power, but somehow the grid is all messed up, or there's some kind of cataclysmic event that doesn't wipe us out. It'd be cool if you can get some power going and play your old DVDs. And the people like us that have all these comic books, that have all of these CDs, that have all of these DVDs, VHS tapes, even, suddenly we'll be the kings. Like, we'll be the ones that everybody comes to. All the print books that I've got. What's your Nook gonna do? What's your Kindle gonna do when the battery goes dead? If nothing else, I can say that I've got, that I've got printed media that I can always listen to. And I take this stuff very seriously, when it comes to collecting, the things that and not all of it was stuff that I had in my childhood. Some of it was stuff I missed out on. Now, one thing I am very proud of, and I will honestly state that not all of it is above board, because some of it was never released on DVD, and so they're old TV rips. I have all of the series, every one of the 90s Marvel series. From X-Men to Spider-Man Unlimited to Avengers United They Stand. I have from 1990 to the year 2000, I have everything that happened in that continuity.
Oh, so do you have the Incredible Hulk cartoon or
Yes.
Iron Man? Fantastic. Okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
I have all of those. Yeah, and I've got them saved in two different spaces. I've got them saved on hard drives and flash drives and stuff, and I committed them to disk as well, and so I watched those. But yeah, no, it took like that Incredible Hulk series has never actually been officially released anywhere.
Wow.
The Bill Bixby, Lou Ferrigno one?
No, I don't have
cartoon,
that one. Yeah.
Although Luke Ferrigno is the voice of the Hulk
He does play the voice.
cartoon.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll tell you, that man has been getting paid to be the Hulk for so long. That's why I got so mad at that's why I got so mad in Endgame when they did the Professor Hulk, completely. But he still ended up getting a small payday out of it, because in that scene where we see the Hulk from the past, tearing everything up, that's new dialogue, and Lou Ferrigno got to go in and record that. But I've got the British Broadcasting. I got Robin Hood, and I've got the Musketeers. I've got the Librarians. That was a freaking awesome show. I've got the movies I got the movies, and I got the entire series to that. And like I said, I have been putting a lot of work into collecting. I've got the Justice League cartoon from the early 2000s. I got Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Hero. I got a lot more cartoons than I've got live action series.
Most of the cartoon series I've been picking up, and probably will be the only ones I'll pick up, are usually early 80s, or the 80s era, and maybe a little bit of the early 90s.
Yeah, I got Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends.
Nice.
The guy who voices Iceman is the guy who voices Fred from Scooby-Doo, and he sounds exactly the same.
Yeah. Well, what's funny? What's funny? What I've always what I've loved about that show, and of course I grew up. I was raised. Yeah, that's my dog trying to go after a neighborhood cat. But I was raised going to church and everything, and I still, every once in a while when I want to impress my friends and terrorize my family, I had skipped school a couple times. I had faked being sick a couple times from school. But the one and only time I skipped church was because I had seen we had rented from Blockbuster, we had rented a 2-episode VHS tape of Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. And I had, my dad had told me who Stan Lee was and everything, so I got to recognizing his voice and everything. And when I saw that on Sunday mornings they were showing an episode, or they were showing episodes of that, I skipped church so I could watch an episode of Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, just to hear Stan Lee speak at the beginning and end of it.
Yeah.
I was 10 years old, and like I said, 9 or 10, but yeah, no, that was great. Like, you want to talk about different passions, that one there. And of course, I've got an aunt that's, I'm sitting here joking about it, and she's one of those you can never really tell if she's joking or not. She's like, yeah, you're sitting here laughing about this, but all I'm hearing is that Spider-Man came between you and God. And I'm like, come on now, like it ain't that serious. But yeah, no. And like I said, I'm about 60% sure that she's joking.
Right.
I'm a 40.
Let's see here.
I'm a 41-year-old man, and I'm actually contemplating getting this.
Oh my God! Yes.
Oh, nice.
Oh, imagine all the fun you could have with that. Especially with the heavy metal music and all the weird audio sounds too. That'd be
All
good
right,
for
if the neighborhood
Halloween.
dogs start barking, I'm gonna have to mute my microphone, but I'll still be on. I'll still be listening. Oh, yep, there they go. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Yeah, I would love to get this. That would be awesome. Just get a Teddy Ruxpin. Be like, what the hell is that? It's like, I was about 5 years old when I had one of these. I was about 5, 6 years old when I had one. Yeah, I remember that being like the big deal. It was like one of the first times you actually could get a toy that talked. It's like the coolest thing back in the 80s. Where'd everybody go? I know.
I'm listening. I was just waiting.
Oh, like I said. Oh no, there they go.
I didn't even notice it right at first because I wasn't looking at the screen. All of a sudden, to see the pink box, it's like, oh shit. Okay, I'm unplugged.
The Adventures of Teddy Ruxpin. I remember going home, and I remember leaving school in West Virginia because that's where I lived at the time. I'd run home so I could get time for cartoon hours, and I still remember the lineup in the afternoon. It was Heathcliff, Scooby-Doo, Jason the Wheel Warriors, He-Man, She-Ra, and the GoBots. I heard that so much every day that it's burned into my head still 35 freaking years later.
That kind of stuff sticks with you.
It does. Well, I mean, yeah.
I still remember. Yeah.
Yeah,
I still remember like the Fox Kids jingles.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I remember the jingle for the commercial breaks on WGN that goes, "Kids in Chicago having a good time. They are watching Channel 9." Yeah, and they would show like Super Friends or Yogi Bear and.
My dad, when we lived in Florida for a time, worked at a company called Channel 47. So I always remember the jingle. I was like, Channel 47, WAWS. It's crazy what you can remember. It's crazy what sticks with us.
Yeah, no, I remember the ABC, the one Saturday morning jingle, and that got burned into my head.
Yeah, after these messages, we'll be right back.
Too, yeah, I love those. Yeah, those ones I did like. No, my favorite of those little shorts though was when they were doing the Toy Story ones for a while, and all the Toy Story toys had seen like little kids meal versions of themselves, and they were like interacting with them. That was hilarious.
Remember some of the old jingles for commercial for like the commercials, like McDonald's, Good Times, Great Taste. Was it Burger King? Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. What's one? I remember somebody asked me, they go, "What do you think about the CW?" I said, I liked it better when the frog was still on it.
That back when it was the WB. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, there's actually a track by. Oh, sorry. You done?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's a track by Negative Land called. I can't remember. Bunch of Rudy Toots, and it had, and near the end it had all these station ID jingles from stations across the nation, and it even started with an old station from my neck of the woods, KCPX. And
Nice.
then they left. Yeah, and you can find. So that's pretty cool.
Has anybody
Okay, I'm done.
noticed online stores have also, I mean, I'm noticing this a little bit. I've noticed like maybe Amazon and stuff, they're less interested in showing you physical media of a show and more interested in, yeah, get it digital, do this. And then you got to actually search for the physical media.
Well, you talk about radio stations and your neck of the woods and everything. That what was it, WKRP or whatever that old skit they did where they were dropping turkeys.
Yes, that's a classic.
That was based off of KMOD here in Tulsa.
Oh wow!
Really?
They had done back in the day, back in the 70s, and my dad talks about this all the time. Back in the 70s, it was nothing for them to play full A and B sides of albums and stuff. They had full control over everything they did. They didn't have to be overly commercial. The owner of the station, though, got a bright idea to drop $10,000 from a helicopter, and a bunch of people jumped in the Arkansas River to try to go after the money, as it blew around. And they had a lot of injuries and people needing to be rescued. One died, and so that was roughly what that skit was based off of.
Oh, wow.
After that, they had to avoid bankruptcy and all the lawsuits, they had to sell out to a radio company that did, just kind of took the spirit out of them.
Yeah.
But, things happen.
I saw there was this one story I remember. They were asking, it was back when, whatever her name is, anyway, whoever's married to one of the princes in England, right? The young one, the oldest one.
Meghan Markle. Prince Harry.
Yeah, Prince Harry. And okay, so I guess his wife was in the hospital doing her pregnancy checkup, and this talk show company, these talk show hosts, they call up, they got these really bad British accents, and they're doing this live, and this woman's giving information like she thought this was a news outlet that was calling.
I remember that.
And it blew up so bad the nurse ended up committing suicide from it.
Yeah, that was terrible. Well, it's kind of like that. Back when the Nintendo Wii first came out, when they had that radio station out in California that did that contest where everybody was chugging water and they had to see how long they could go without.
That. Oh God, I was there
and
in California.
Yeah, I remember that. That was just.
Oh, that got bad too.
They had people calling up on the air warning that this was dangerous.
Yeah, they did.
And they said, well, she signed a waiver and everything. They're like, dude, this is dangerous. They had nurses and doctors calling, people saying, this is dangerous. And the woman died.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a case here in Utah where a mother and father were charged with murder for giving their daughter too much water, and she died from water toxicity because it just upset her system.
Yeah, your body has to be able to process it before you take in more.
Mm-hmm.
People have no idea. Your kidneys are a filter system, and if you wash them out, it's just as bad as not giving them any water at all.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that it's crazy. It's crazy, that kind of stuff. A joke's a joke, but I honestly, I was never a fan of crank calls.
No.
Well, now, like I said, also being have any of y'all heard of Roy D. Mercer?
Not familiar, no.
No.
He's real big in the trucker communities, but they do prank calls from KMOD, and that was one of the things that Clear Channel allowed KMOD to keep doing. and he'd have this real stereotypical redneck accent, and he'd say, he'd get them all riled up, and they'd be talking like they're gonna fight, and he'd be like, "Oh, how big a boy are you?" And that was his catchphrase, Well, and there was this one day he had this one guy so worked up, so riled up that the guy was, the guy was threatening to come after him. He goes, I'm gonna roll over you like a steamroller, then kick your ass for being flat. And he'd say stuff like that, And of course, at the end of it, they had revealed that, that it was all a joke and everything. But I'm pretty sure there were times when you could hear some of those calls like ended relationships. Like there were times you'd be like, dude, you better not go home for Thanksgiving, There's this one where he was accusing a funeral home director, it was the funeral home director's son. He was off in college, and he had here at Oklahoma University, and he had called Phil and Brent, the DJs, behind Roy D. Mercer. He had called them to have them prank call his dad, and they were saying that he is telling him that, well, you got the wrong body. That was, that wasn't my dad in that coffin. I mean, hey, and this poor man is like freaking out. He's like, you can hear him at one point in time. He's like, no, I promise we'll get everything taken care of. And they ended it early because he's like, anyway, and they told him, said, your son, had us, call you, and he goes, oh, I'm whooping his ass when he gets home, and I am cracking. But no, and they never took it too far, though. They never they never let people, completely lose their minds. They never caused any nervous breakdowns or that kind of thing. They stopped it. Like in that case, if the guy seemed like he was getting a little too worked up, they stopped it. And so I mean, I get what you're saying about the prank calls, though. There's you definitely have to be ready to call it if there's a fine line between messing with somebody and ruining and ruining their lives. And I like what's that the Elvis Duran show that's based out of New York. They'll do their prank calls, and that they've it's nothing for them to have people threatening to kill them and stuff. That's just taking it too far.
I agreed.
I guess tanning is now racist.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh, dear God.
Yeah, and that deserves a big laugh at them, because it's just getting ridiculous.
Millennials.
So am I the only one that misses Blockbuster?
I'm sorry, Geek Hero, but your Millennium generation, man, they're giving you a bad rap.
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. People I grew up with, people that I calling me all kind of istaphobes and all that stuff. Not just old friends, family. That coming after me because I don't believe their stupidity. I cannot tell you how much it just my generation has let me down and disappointed me in every way, shape, every way conceivable. That they have made me absolutely sick.
Well, it's like my mom. It's like my wife said. It was so funny. She popped this one up on Facebook when she goes, I guess the timeout generation. And it goes, I don't know what's up with this timeout generation, because us ass-beating generation came out fine.
Yep. Well, but see, that's the thing. I was raised like you guys were raised. My whole family, we had 5 houses on 10 acres. And so, my grandma and grandpa were next door. My aunt and uncle were next door, so on and so forth. We grew up on the edge of the country, about a mile outside of city limits. So we had everything close by, but we're still, I got to climb trees. I got to play outside, and I know what it's like to catch frogs in the creek and that kind of thing. And, and I also know what happened, if I did something I wasn't supposed to do. And I did. I was raised by the switch and the belt, and that's the thing. The reason why I have a brain, like Captain Trick said, is because my parents beat the stupid out of me. They guided me. They told me why what I was doing was stupid. They didn't just, because some parents will take it a little too far. They'll, and they won't even tell their kids why they're getting whipped, and it goes beyond discipline at that point. And that's the thing. I never felt abused growing up. I never felt like, there was never a time when I thought that I couldn't tell something. I knew, I might be in for it, but there was never a time growing up that I was not willing, as at least as a last resort, to tell my mom and dad what was going on. And that's the thing. Somewhere along the way, my generation just lost that. I don't know what it was. I don't know why, but they just,
I learned.
Yeah, I think we have to blame it on the mother and the father, which would be more on my Generation X. So, although at least I was at least a little more stern with my daughter.
My parents only had to tell me this one time. Literally, was the one time I fucked up and I tried to cover it up, and I got in trouble, got caught. They said, "You're in deep." Afterwards they said, "You're in deep shit. You would have been in deep shit, but you'd have been in a lot less deep shit if you had just told us and not let us find out the way we did."
Yep.
So I learned that lesson real quick. I was like, I'm going to own up to this because I'm going to be in a lot less deep shit than trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, by the way, you would have been grounded for 1 week if you told us. Now you're grounded for 3 weeks. I mean,
well, see, and that's the thing. The one time in high school that I failed a class, I didn't do anything but chores and extra studying all freaking summer long. And of course you don't realize this till you're older. My parents, they weren't having fun making me do all that extra stuff, but having to waste the summer nights and days where they could be out having fun with my siblings and whatnot, because I was stupid, because I was lazy, because I wasn't doing what I was supposed to be doing, but when you're brought up with discipline, you realize later on how much your parents sacrificed to keep you in line, to keep you from going off the deep end. And like I said, I ain't ever been to jail. I mean, that in and of itself, you don't find me on either side of the political spectrum. You don't find me out in the middle of a riot. I work too much to be in a riot. All my friends are like, well, where were you? Where were you? I was like, I was at work. I was trying to make a living so I didn't lose my apartment. So I don't lose my stuff in my storage unit. The people have just completely lost sight of anything anymore. Everything, it's like chasing a shiny object. It's like when you see a cat chasing after a laser pointer. That's my entire generation and every generation since then. That's all they do now.
I can understand at one point when people were opposed to, belts and paddles and such. And it's like, okay, fine, use the hand.
I'm okay. What's going on?
So 326 needs a check.
Okay, let me. Oh,
take care of that. Anyhow, I can understand when people were opposed to that, but then it's like now you can't even touch your kids.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's like, really?
Yeah, no, now that everything has become abuse, everything is labeled, any sort of discipline at all is labeled as abuse, and that, that's going to cause nothing but trouble, and it has for 30 years now.
I'm sorry, that's just wrong.
So Mark, on a lighter note, let's see. I've got Captain N, the Game Master. I've got the Legend of Zelda cartoon series. I've got Super Mario Brothers 3 and Super Mario World. I got the Earthworm Jim cartoon series. I have all the Castlevania series. That one that's on Netflix right now. That one's been pretty good. But yeah, let's see. I got all of the '90s Marvel Comics cartoons. Let's see, I've got, and that Silver Surfer cartoon was top notch. But I've got X-Men Evolution. I have Fantastic Four World's Greatest Superheroes, Wolverine and the X-Men, Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Let's see, what do I have next? The Spectacular Spider-Man. I have the animated movies from the early 2000s. And yeah, I've got the anime Iron Man, X-Men, Blade, and Wolverine. And I have the movies that came with those. I got Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends. I have, I've got Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. And I have all of Young Justice so far. I'm very proud of this collection. I've got all of the DC animated universe that they had. Oh, I have the mid 2000s Legion of Superheroes cartoon.
Okay. Let's see here. Random Menace. Apple discarded the idea for a child-friendly iPod for years ago. The name iTouch Kids was misunderstood. Oh God.
That's kind of like a toilet paper being called Rough and Ready.
Oh yeah.
And of course, I have the Ninja Turtles, but like I said, I got the box set that looks like the Turtle Van. I've got have any of y'all remember Tech TV or G4 TV?
Oh.
Anyway, from the mid '90s through the through about 2012, it was a tech-based, but before before everybody got all their information from the internet, you could go on there and you could watch, they would review video games and they'd review computer tech and that video game technology, that kind of thing. Anyway, gadgets and such. Anyway, I have this show called Code Monkeys, and it looks like it even says a comedy of 8-bit proportion, and it looks like everything looks like an old Nintendo game. All the characters are animated that way, and it's set in the 80s. They work at an Atari style dysfunctional company called Gameavision, and they're game programmers, and it's hilarious. The show was made by the guy worked for the dudes that do South Park. He worked for them on seasons 1 through 4 of South Park, and so this was his baby. He got to do 2 seasons of this before they canceled him. But I got that, and then I got Stripperella because I found it at a garage sale, and no joke. I've never really been a big fan of the overly plastic, Pamela Anderson style, but that show that makes me laugh like so hard. but yeah, I got some various anime. I've got Dragon Ball Z. I got the Jumanji cartoon, and I got the Godzilla cartoon based off of the 1998 Matthew Broderick movie.
Really? Cool.
Yeah, I got the cartoon to that, and yeah, no, like I said, that's my big thing. I still collect books when I find them. I still collect, I still collect my comics and stuff, and I'm a lot more selective about them now. Ever since all the politics and stuff got stupid in them, but I collect video games. I've got a you remember the Super Nintendo or the Nintendo and the SNES Classic, those
Oh,
ones
yeah.
that had the built-in games that they did a few years back.
Mhm.
I have a SNES Classic that I followed this tutorial online, and I modded it. It has over 800 games in it, but what's awesome is that it can play Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, and Sega Game Gear games. And I
Yeah.
have all of those. Yeah. And they save just like they're supposed to. They play like they're supposed to. And it doesn't matter if you're playing it on a tiny screen or if you're playing it on a 60-inch television. There is no stretching. Everything looks exactly like it's supposed to. But yeah, no, I play the hell out of that thing because it's like my retro go-to gaming machine.
Yeah.
Every time I want to play something.
Wow. Yeah, that is. Oh, that is fun. I'd love to do that. Let's see here. Which bird was still on? I don't know what time he's going to be going live, but I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. I'm going to send people over to Culture Casino, who's going to be starting in about 8 minutes. But well, before I do, I want to thank everyone who's been on the panel, including well, obviously NB Geek, Crimson Mist, Geek Hero Bubba,
Thank you.
Burno Prey 5, and Yvette. Would like to thank them. I also would like to thank everyone who has been in the chat, and I couldn't even bother trying to remember how many people have been here. It's been quite a few. Thank you all for joining in the chat. It does mean a lot, and I would appreciate anyone leaving a like, sharing it out, and subscribe if you haven't already. I appreciate it. Have a great day. And I would also like to thank the people over on Twitch and on Facebook who've been watching. And thank you again. Have a great day.